Welcome back, everyone. I'm Winter, and it is June 22nd of 2026. Thank you for being here so early on. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Especially if you don't play StarCraft 2, because patch 5.0.16 is live after 3 hard-fought days of testing on the ladder, on the public test realm. I said I wasn't giving the benefit of the doubt. And it appears that my fears were well-founded. So we went 3 weeks on the original PTR ladder with bugs like the orbital command giving 2 free supply. With Viper Abduct not working. So after 3 weeks we fixed it. And then we decided to change the core mechanic of Zerg larva and buff the shit out of it. So we got 3 days of that. And here we are. Anyways, it's live. For the 20% of you who play StarCraft. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. It's actually 19% of you who play StarCraft. This is on the live server right now. So, off we go. And here are so everyone just focus closely. These are the only explanation you will get as to why we made these changes. We get one sentence. Some might argue it's a death sentence. I love this. Is that a space? No. Okay. This is the only sentence explaining the thought behind the patch. So here we are. But before we get started... What is that noise? Ah, that's the... What the fuck is a super sticker? That's money, right? It's money. Alright, it's YouTube money. If you're on YouTube, you can also send some YouTube money by smashing that like button. And if we get 11 likes, I will try to figure out, for realsies this time, what the fuck is happening at Blizzard. Because, to be clear, I, as arguably a relatively large content creator in StarCraft 2, have actually no idea. No contact. Second-hand information at best. Otherwise, this is my communication. Just FYI. In case you're wondering if I have insider info. I wish I was lying. Anyways. Patch 5. The sentence. I was building up to it. Patch 5.0.16 has been released with map pool and economy updates. Balance changes with expanding strategic variety across all 3 races. Oh, so we're no longer... We're gonna do compare and contrast. Real quick. Because that is different wording than we had in the original PTR, which is important to note. We've introduced strategic, we've tried PTR to focus on extending the early and mid-game experience, allowing players to remain competitive on 1 to 3 bases for longer periods. This was the original PTR. Now we're just saying strategic variety. Alright, we've narrowed it down. The early and mid-game experience is no longer a focus. Oh my god, that's so loud. I need to... Thank you for the stickers, though, for what that's worth. I think it is somewhat important to note that we're no longer bothering to target specific parts of the game, and instead we've chosen the most vague and non-specific possible terminology. Yes, there will... So, I want to, before I talk about any of the patch notes, I need to say that for the next month or so, give or take, there will be a lot of strategic variety, because nobody has any idea what the fuck is going on. There was a lot of strategic variety in 2010 as well. And if you look at those games, professional games were decided by people running up ramps before people could force field, or slow banelings waddling up and unstimmed marines splitting against them. Like, that was strategic variety. So we're going to have a similar sort of strategic variety for a while. And it has nothing to do, really, with whether or not the patch succeeded, but more because everything's different. And I want to say, and I'm going to reiterate, again, before any of this, it wasn't the concern with the necessarily changing the game. It was that if something's broken, it may be months to years before there's anything resembling a fix. If we were reliably getting patches with something resembling communication every 3 to 6 months, then okay. But here we are, after 3 days on the PTR. It's 3 days because we made huge changes 3 days ago. 4 days ago, technically, but 2 business days, actually. Well, we've already jumped in. Can we swim? We're gonna find out, everybody. Because it's here. I've talked to multiple tournament organizers and other content creators, and none of them had any idea the timeline of the patch, and I don't think I've talked to a single one that was outwardly in support of it. Obviously, there are creators like Outspokenly Pig, who likes the idea of the worker changes, which we can have a debate, but I don't even think Pig would have combined the worker start with also reworking 2 out of the 3 races from the ground up. That is maybe a bit much, but anyways, the map pool has been updated. So we've got the TLMC maps. The 2v2 map pool has been updated, and you might be like, oh cool, they updated. No, those are about, I am pretty sure about 5 or 6 of those are the same maps that there were. Yeah. I don't know about 3v3 or 4v4. I have no idea. But the 2v2 map pool is almost identical, so... But... Let's see. Entirely new maps across the board. I don't mind that. It's just... The entire map pool is new for 1v1. And then, of course, the meat and potatoes. Settle in. The starting worker count has been reduced from 12 to 8. So now all the aging StarCraft 2 dads that would rather play with a beer in their hand to recover from the day, their one game every 5 years, have more time to think about the first 30 seconds. Which, I'd like to say that while it doesn't change much, another 30 to 40 seconds of nothing at the start of every game is certainly a choice. So, I just wanted to give you a taste. Thank you. Thank you, Mojiko. And also, default mineral patches. Vespine geyser count. Default gas. So we're also changing how bases work in time. Oh, all right. Yes, but what about 8 pools? So the hatchery cost increased to 300. Also notably, the queen was not reduced. So that buff was removed after 3 days. Queen's 175. Creep, spread, recede is overall a buff. I would say. Larva now spawns 12% faster. So we pulled back from 9 seconds to 9.5, which is still completely changing the fundamental mechanics of the game. And is probably... So this is not going to stop anyone from dying to 20 carriers and a bunch of High Templar. But it may stop them from getting there. That is the biggest effect of the larva change. Not that this doesn't help in the late game, but it certainly helps more well before that. Thank you, Latest. It feels louder than usual. So this is a buff to spores against mutas exclusively. Carapace upgrades, general buff across the board. They're cheaper. Microbial Shroud range increased. Pretty much you can cast Microbial Shroud wherever you want if you have the energy. And it doesn't require an upgrade. Microbial Shroud is really good. And it is really good. Having Infestor energy is pretty hard to do, but I will say, between all the changes, it's significantly easier to see yourself using Microbial Shroud. And all the changes are a pretty big buff to Lingbane Ultra. Neural Parasite. This is the most useless change that is also hilarious. Okay, this is like a co-op. Anyways. Not even Euthermal, I think, is going to... Well, he's going to struggle. Because in any scenario where you can build an entire fucking command center with an SCV, which is the only thing you can do, by the way, because you can't build anything else until you have a command center. It's not like you can just build a barracks. This is literally just for building command centers with neural parasited SCVs. Why is this in here? Anyway. Now, as an auto attack, it's got water balloons. It's literally a copy-paste of the High Templar auto attack ability. Abduct siege tanks. Overlords are slower, but not that much slower. The load nearby units command. Changelings inherit the current order of casting Overseers. You could see that as a buff. A lot of pro players hate it, but they played the same. This is one of those I split with pro players on. Pro players have figured out Changelings. They know how they like them. This is actually quite nice when you get used to it. It's a quality of life buff. You can just click on their base with your Overseer and press Changeling, and it'll just go, instead of having to drop it and then micro it. So, but, of course, this is a nerf where Changelings, I don't know if it apparently they fixed the bug where the Changeling does 10 damage to all units around it, which was how it was originally implemented. Which is hilarious. Thank you, Zeno. But, yeah. So, this is a direct counter to Rogue style. Do we have a definitive definition on arc slop? I feel like if I just... So, angle that the weapon can target and acquire units without having to turn or losing the target. So, essentially, I have noticed, I've played with them, mutas are significantly more microable. They still die immediately to anything that gives them a strong glance, but it's a little easier to take out things that don't. And mutaglaves now prioritize targets. Now, you'd think the multi-billion-dollar company could spend one more sentence explaining terms that clearly no one knows, or at least 99.9% of people. I would bet that of all the pro players who understood what that meant, only Scarlet would know. And that's because Scarlet actually did the patch for some of the Balance Council patches because she was the most experienced with the editor. Scarlet, come back. Yes, I know Zero Space is releasing in less than a month, and maybe we'll have active changes from someone who actually knows about professional RTS play in a modern RTS game then. In Zero Space Early Access July 20th. This is not paid, I'm just pointing that out. But Scarlet, we need you. So Arc Slop is pretty much how my understanding from mostly people more experienced is, so units can attack like this. They're like, I'm a muta right now, I have a gun. But, so you can only attack if you're like here, maybe here or here. Like the unit has to move a little bit. Which is not as relevant on ground units, but for air units which have acceleration. So the muta can now, instead of having to go all the way back, it doesn't have to turn all the way around. Which means it's a little more microable. You can really feel it when you're playing. It's hard to explain otherwise. The firing angle is essentially wider. Now, this isn't like Dota or Warcraft, so the turn rate of most units is very fast. Can't we call it firing arc? I think the functionality is different. But that's what it's called in the editor, probably. So, prioritizes targets. What does that mean? Instead of hitting, like, a Zergling, like, so this actually is a big nerf to Zerglings in Muta versus Muta. The glaives will prioritize things that hit back. Before, if you targeted a Marine and there was 2 Marauders and a Marine behind it, it would hit the Marauders potentially instead of the second Marine. Now it will, if it's in range, always hit the Marine, which is a pretty big buff to the functionality of mutas. And honestly, this is one of the bigger buffs, though it doesn't do anything to help mutas stay alive once they can fight, but still. It doesn't bounce back. You can't bounce back to the first target. But like, if there are 5 units, and 3 of them can attack you, and 2 of them can't, it should always hit the 3 units that can. That's how that works. Before, that was not the case, and that's why muta damage was kind of hard to predict, because sometimes it would just hit Marauders. So, we'll see. But mutas are just straight up better, but with a pretty big asterisk on it. Alright. So, summary of the Zerg changes. You could cut every single other Zerg change out. And this would still be the biggest buff in the history of Zerg. And this is the toned down version. Like, 12%. So, it's not just about how many workers you get in the first minute. Those workers coming out a split second, every little bit of it. Because remember, the hatchery is not just your drones. The hatchery is not just your command center. It's also your barracks. The hatchery is your barracks. The hatchery is your gateway. That means every single... So this is only the 3 units out of the 3 larvae from the hatchery itself. Not from larva inject from queens. But even then, this is your barracks, your gate, and your command center all in one. So, yeah, if I was a Zerg player and I was trying to make this all balanced, I would cut everything past this point. And I am a Zerg player. A lot of you accuse me of being Zerg biased, and I am, because I want Zerg to not feel like you're getting cyber bullied every game. And this helps. Wait, no, not the creep one. Just ignore the creep one. That's it. That's the whole patch notes. And Zerg is already buffed. Obviously, I want mutas to be more viable. But the issue with mutas has not been their ability to do damage in situations they could already do damage. The issue has been that they're paper thin and incredibly expensive. Like, It's never like, oh, if I just had 4 more mutas, that would be the difference. It's just they can't get they struggle to get damage done at all unless you've already found a good position to do so. So, like, they still get one shot by Widow Mines and completely, utterly countered by Phoenixes, so. But, alright. Terran, the most level-headed of us all. So, all bases have had their supply reduced. Fun fact, so I was told this was a bug, that the patch notes were wrong on the PTR, and it's supposed to be 12. In-game, the Nexus is 12. It appears... So this is a big reason why I'm concerned, is that the number's just wrong. It's still 12 in-game. It's supposed to be 12. But apparently, not only can we not fix the bugs in-game, we can't even fix a typo in the patch notes. So, it's 12, which is intentional, because the argument, I guess, is Protoss starts with Chrono Boost, but... Anyways. So, the Ghost. Supply increased from 2 to 3. Health reduced from 125 to 100. Attack damage changed from +10 + 10 versus light. Light. Banelings are not light units. I need to point out every time. But, this is versus Zerglings versus Zealots are the main use cases here. I guess versus Hydras as well, but to just a flat 15. Attack range increased to 7. Movement speed reduced slightly, so now it's slower than Workers and Dark Templar. Which, if you were here yesterday, or a few days ago, I was trying to figure out what this change is for, because that's like 3%. Technically now, you could chase ghosts with your Workers. So, good luck with that. Oh, Dark Templar as well, like they aren't already incredibly hard countered by ghosts. Anyways. And steady targeting now does more damage. So it now 4 shots Ultras instead of 3. But the energy cost is reduced. Sorry, reduced to be more. It's now 25 more. But it's no longer canceled upon taking damage, which means Fungal and Storm no longer interrupted. So, in my humble and modest opinion, this is a pretty big buff to the Ghost across the board. I'm sure you'll get strong arguments in the other direction. But in terms of functionality, having more range, having better flat damage, which makes it better. So the thing is, it gets countered harder by Lings and Banes. It's just, there's a pretty rare scenario where Lings and Banes are... If you have just Ghosts against Lings and Banes, well, that's on you, alright? The entire point is you're not supposed to have just Ghosts, but still. It definitely is weaker as a master. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It's not a big buff. Overall, the functionality is changed, but no longer is it something you can just build as, like, your first unit. Like, the first iteration of the patch with 20 damage, that was, why don't you just build Ghosts as the first unit you build? Now, at least it's not quite that anymore. And this is the biggest buff without actually technically being a buff to Terran. So the load nearby units command allows you to slurp up units without a second click. Everyone can micro like Clem now, is what that means. I suggest you right now buying that button. If you're one of the 19% who actually play, you need to have that button bound now.
Upgrade complete.
Thank you, Pat, man. Been watching since day 9, was still playing SC2, and StarCraft was on the main stage at MLG. Okay, Grandpa. I don't know. Love what you're doing. But thank you, Pat, man. I need to show it right now because the Protoss changes are a whole different direction. But I just need to show you why this is a buff to Terran and arguably to Protoss. And let's not pretend like Zergs are going to use it in any meaningful way. So first, we're going to show how you used medevacs before. So before, in order to load up into the medevacs, like this is how you picked up. This is how the high-level players would do it. Or mildly high-level. The D-click is the unload key. That's unaffected. And then, players like Clem, let's just get into it, microing. What you do, boost, right-click, and then as they go over, you pick up. Now, you might see issues with this, like, what if they're spread out? Or, like, units will be running all over. What if I try... And if you've ever tried it yourself, you know that isn't nearly as easy to do as it looks when Clem does it. But now with the handy-dandy button/name/load nearby key, yeah, that's the one. We can just do... Want more Marines? Sure, why not? Now, this benefits all races. It's just, I think there's one race that benefits more from having an ability to, in one button, just pick up units very quickly in precise scenarios that might otherwise be a little stressful. And it's Overlords, right? Yes, Overlord's well known for that precise unit drop micro. That's the one. Wait, actually, no, I don't. I can't get drop Overlord. So, we also have it for the Warp Prism. Like, I'm sure Hero will have a field day. Does it prioritize combat units? No, it does not prioritize. You still have to figure it out that way. It will pick up the nearest units to the medevac. Oh, that will show. Or, I'm sorry, the dropship. Not just medevacs. So you do have to prioritize that way. Like, if there's a bunch of Marines here, but the medevac... It uses the general pickup range, but, like, there's a little magnet to it. Oh, if you're still dropping, it'll just keep going until you go through 8 command. Yes. So I saw Beyond using this on the first day of the patch. Beyond, arguably the best micro Jackson for reference. Like, throughout the history of StarCraft 2, Beyond is the best micro Terran. Clem has surpassed him in the last few years. But, like, if you go back, full career, the fact that Beyond was using it and just pretty much abandoned the other style on day 1, you don't need it on rapid fire. That doesn't make any sense. You only need to hit it once. That's not rapid. That's a single click. But this is mostly useful, like, say... You've got Marines behind the mineral line, and the Banelings are coming in. Now you can spend another split second on target firing Bane. Not you. Like, you as in the nebulous Terran players who actually are paying attention. But that'll give another amount of time to focus on doing damage as opposed to worrying about picking up. Can you fill a small field of Marines? And then show the pickup range. Sure. I mean, we're going to need to spread them out a bit. Let's say, okay, let's specifically move them away. So we have... I'm going to add Marines. There's one right underneath. This is scientific, all right, guys? I'm putting these Marines on hold position for reference. Maybe we should have it as a straight line here. We're pretending that's one range apiece. I don't know. I'm eyeballing it, but we're gonna. These Marines are all on hold position, which apparently they. Which apparently they don't care because it gets overwritten by, button/name/load nearby. So that is important to note as well. I'm going to press it again. Wow, that is quite a slurp range. Putting the vac in medevac as I not so joked. We're going to press it. All right. Nothing. It's like 5 or 6. Wait, let me test. The Marine has 5 range. So that's 5 range. That has to be at least 4. Looks like it's about 3-ish range radius. Is it the same range as the prism? Wait, I can pick up Marines with the prism in this scenario. Because they're on my team. Because this could technically happen in a team game where Zerg, Neural Parasites, Terran, and Protoss. Don't worry about it. So, 5 range. It doesn't. Okay. I wonder if the person who designed this was Terran or not. It does not go to max range. Even though I could pick it up, it doesn't work. The Warp Prism has more pickup range. By the way. So this is where I could... Let's just... I'm going to put it right over this tile. So this tile, easily pick up. Right? Right there. Meanwhile... It does nothing. It's still good, but it's clearly for medevacs. Obviously. And the other races having it is also, I guess, nice for them. Anyways. Alright, so I'm telling you, Terrans, bind that right now, so when you do your shitty 2 medevac drops for no reason, you can pretend to micro them better. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, Protoss. It shows range when you click it? Oh my god, am I... Wait, no. That's the Warp Prism range, is it not? What? It doesn't have it for the medevacs. I'm clicking it for the medevac, I see nothing. Why does it have a radius for the Warp Prism, but not the medevac? Is the Overlord bugged? I'm not even dignifying this idea, like, with the Overlord, because let's not pretend... I guess it's a little useful in the pick up a bunch of units scenario, but not nearly as functional. And also because I need to act... No, wait. Ah, fuck. Send it. That was the amount of effort that the intern put into coding the patch, by the way. Ah, fuck. It doesn't work, but it kind of works. Go. That has to be the warp-in field. Yeah, and it's something else for the prism. Wait, I think that is actually the pickup range of the prism, though. Right? Like, that's a separate thing. Wait, what? But then why is it when I... It says up to 5 range away, but it doesn't do that. Once again, we'll test it with the marine range. I don't know if it being an air unit, but that shouldn't matter.
Job, huh?
So marines have 5 range, again, for reference. Come back, piece of sh... I don't know if these tiles are range. I don't think they are. That'd be convenient. We need, like, the Age of Empires tiles. I don't know if there's a tester map like that. Actually, it looks kind of close. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's close. All right. So, loads the Warp Prism Matrix from 5 range away. The Marine has 5 range. Numbers are just like an idea, man. Is it 4.99? It's like 4. It's 4. Like, let's find what unit has 4 range that can hit air. Are there any? I know Adept has 4 range, right? Like, we're just gonna have to work with that. Okay, I'm gonna put the Immortal here to test the range. And then we'll have the Adept attack it. I don't know if it being in the air counts as extra distance, but it shouldn't because that would... Just ignore that. Well, there you go. Fuck off. So, let's see. I'm going very slightly out of range now. It's 4. The number is 4. For button/name/load nearby. Important we get its full proper name each time. Can I build a lair off the bat? Yes. All right. I forgot how slow they were. Should have gotten Overlord speed. Not relevant right now. Load units into my ventral sacs, bro. I mean, yeah. It works. This is how you make... No, none of these are making it into a thumbnail. Nobody gives a fuck about the range difference on button load nearby, alright? The 8-worker start is the only thing simple enough to get the simpletons who don't actually play the game to get interested in it again. And they still won't play, but at least they'll be interested in watching, so...
Allied forces in combat.
Don't worry, in case you actually follow my videos closely on the new patch stuff, you'll notice the rotations of the titles and how it just seems the 8-worker start keeps ending up as part of the title. And that's because it's the only thing that really does seem to drag. Anyways, this is a change that definitely... This is a change that has successfully targeted, like, high diamond, low masters. Because it's still a buff to Terran mostly at the highest level, but functionally not that important. But for the potato-ass players like myself who struggle constantly to make medevacs nearly as good as Clem does, essentially we all have a little bit of Clem coded into the game now. So, I don't... Protoss. So this is wrong. This is a typo. This typo has been since the beginning of the patch notes, which is the level of polish that this patch has. It's 12. The number is 12. That's apparently intentional, but we apparently couldn't fix that as like a number in this document. Warpgate research speeds up production. Trust but verify. I will load up a game. For the people who think this was coded by AI, I wish I had your level of delusion. It's 13? It's not a typo. And I think 13... You know, this is one of those happy little accidents that, even if that wasn't intentional, Protoss definitely needed. We'll throw them that bone. It's correct. There's no typo. This is the first time we've tested that, because the entirety of the PTR it was 12, but the public test realm is more for people yelling on Reddit as opposed to playing the game. Warpgate research speeds up gateway production time. So, to be clear, you must research Warpgate at the Cybercore. It's at the Cybercore. And once it's done, gateway production time is increased, or reduced. So, that means once you get... So, proxy gates are still not good. And there is a tax. Oh, we even put a note in. This is a one-time cost. So, each gateway must individually purchase... Researching Warpgate gives you gateway production speed. And then you can pay for the privilege to turn your gateways into Warpgates. The mechanic of slow power fields is removed from the game. So there's no longer pylons or super pylons. I'm going to have to make sure to check out Patreon. We're probably going to have to overhaul my Patreon entirely. Because I'm sure all these people, of which... So, fun fact, if you pay the $200+ a month for the mule tier, thank you, by the way, you get free coaching every month, of which none of these people take me up on it, because they don't actually play. One of them did, Devin did, but now he has obligations and a real job, so he can just pay me instead. Otherwise, we've had no one take me up on it. Just for reference. Anyways. Thank you to our super pylons. Just throwing that out there in case you want to check. No more super pylons. There will still be super pylons for me. They're old enough. Where were we? Warpgate cooldown values. So, warp in time is decreased to 4 seconds, but also increased to 4 seconds. So warp-ins are marginally slower from where they were, just in the total time it takes to warp in from the fast pylons, and there are no slow pylons. This includes proxy pylons are back. You can now warp in at 4 seconds on just a singular pylon. You do not need a gateway or a nexus next to it for that fast warp. So that is the relevant point. Now, of course, you do have to pay $25.25 for the privilege on each individual warp gate. So, and also we have to talk about the gateway production, which I'm sure at some point will be relevant. Because now, for reference, after you research Warpgate, this is how long it takes to build these units. Or at least we claim. Zealot 16 seconds, Adept 18, Stalker 16, Sentry 14, High Templar and Dark Templar 26. So, for reference, just in case, for reference, a Marine takes 18 seconds to build. Now, obviously, you usually build 2 at a time with a reactor, for example, but workers take 12 seconds. So, this is still slower in many cases. It's still slower to build a Zealot in 12 seconds and then run out from the gateway. Than it is to simply warp in 4 seconds. In many cases. So that is the reason that it is still not necessarily better. And also think of the cardio expenditure of simply running from the gateway to the front. That's important. The Queen making it from 175 to 150? No, that didn't make it through. So, the shield battery starts with 75 energy upon completion, which really could have used a second line explaining how that matters. Which is, the shield battery near a nexus... Research warp gate. A shield battery near a nexus started with 100 energy, which is full. Shield batteries only have 100 energy. Whereas a shield battery outside of nexus range would only have 50 to start, which is kind of a soft nerf to shield battery pushes. Now, all shield batteries will have 75 energy, whether they're on defense or offense. So it is a buff to aggressive shield battery uses and a nerf to defensive ones. Hallucinations automatically inherit the current order of the casting sentry. Another change that I think is pretty good when you get used to it. Storm down to 100 damage, which is mostly a buff to Protoss, buff to Terran. Zerg still gets melted. I guess it's just a nerf across the board, obviously, but that's still plenty of damage. That makes... I don't know if that changes the amount... It's the same amount of time, so... Thank you, Pig. We're having fun debates. And everybody thank Pig for our new pet. And for the... Is that -2 damage on each tick? I'm not sure. I haven't seen too much Storm. Mostly, I've seen players building a bunch of cannons and carriers behind it. That's my experience so far, but we'll see. The Disruptor now has a Phantom attack, so which means that it doesn't have water balloons like the High Templar or Infestor. But if you A-move it, I think this is another demonstration sort of thing, which is super weird if you're not used to it, but is probably better for most. So it keeps it from wandering into the enemy and dying. That's the intent of a Phantom attack. Which I wonder why the High Templar and Infestor don't have the same thing, as opposed to having an actual attack, but I digress.
Huh?
So, functionality is, I'm going to A-click by... I've got a whole army. F2, A-click. And... what are those? I don't know. Now, if I right-click, of course... And you have to be careful when retreating as well, because if you stutter step... Like, if I right-click and then A-click stutter step, you... Before... Well, you still would have been wandering into the Marauders, but... Also, there's some new animations. It's much more obvious when the disruptor is cooling down. So there's also some new animations for EMP, which I actually think is one of the best changes, just visually. It is straight up, like... You can now very visually see what got hit by the EMP for a split second, but it's much better than... Did it hit? Because then you're looking like 17 energy bars. Like, he's showing Fester attack. It's a copy of the High Templar attack. It's 4 damage at 6 range. Which is better than no damage and walking into the enemy. Yeah. So what I'm saying is you should right-click your infestors on disruptors now. That's totally a great idea. This message brought to you by Big Ruptor. What about upgrades? What about upgrades? Yeah, I don't think upgrades should apply to the spellcaster attacks. Except for Ghost. Ghost should get more buffs. Am I right? Wait. Speaking of which... That was a joke, by the... In case anyone has never watched me before. So... How do upgrades scale with the Ghost? 2 damage per upgrade.
Huh? Big job, huh?
Bringing him to 21 damage. Wait, okay, so that is very relevant. Because at +3 attack... Okay, so for reference... Banelings have 35 HP. Which means Ghosts without any upgrades, 3-shot Banelings. But Banelings with +3 armor... Yep. Okay, so good thing Ghosts don't usually have +3 when you have a lot of them. Huh. So rumors of Ghosts being nerfed against Lings and Banes are greatly exaggerated. Because they still 2-shot Lings and Banes with +3 even if they have max upgrades. Fun fact! You might be like, well, you have to have +3. In how many scenarios do you have mass Ghost without +3 infantry weapons? Alright, well, I'm rescinding my kind of wishy-washy assessment of the Ghost changes from slight buff to buff. Because one of the key scenarios where they were ostensibly nerfed is against Massling Bane, which is not the case. And Hydras with +3... I mean, they get outranged by a lot. That one is a bit of a nerf. They changed the siege tank? No, it can be abducted now. Or at least it should. The increased range, yes, Ghosts outrange Hydras and Stalkers and Immortals. Actually, I don't think there's another ground... Like, there's another... Are there any basic ground units that have similar range? I don't think so. Only siege units now. Immortals have 6 range, Hydras with range have 6 range, Stalkers have 6 range. So the key part is the Ghosts, if you A-move, will now stand behind Marines and Marauders. Marines at 5, Marauders at 6, Ghosts at 7. So, just staying that one range away is also obviously a survivability buff. Thors, if you are in a scenario where you're like, I don't know if I have enough Ghosts to counter these Thors, I would like to raise some other points first. All right, bug fixes and quality of life updates. Carrier interceptors owned during a player can cast their neuroparasite would not inherit opponent's upgrades. So we're going to read through them because some of these may be interpreted as balance changes, even if the titling is different. Fixed an issue where EMP visuals did not provide a clear indicator. In my opinion, great change. Fixed an issue where motherships would warp in adjacent to a nexus rather than over top. The change everyone was waiting for. Guardian Shield, hilarious, but it does not work. It does not persist, and I don't think it did anything. It just looked like it did in a warp prism. Melee units targeting SCVs would lose their attack order. Do I not have to... I'm still going to shift click 47 times on it. But also, I seriously doubt that's actually fixed. There's no way. Like, it's still... Fixed it by making it so SCVs always stay in the middle of the structure so you can't attack them. That's the monkey's paw here. I don't know. SCVs could not have builders queued sequentially in the structures already being constructed. Guardian Shield visuals would not update player color. 88 charge could not back immobile units. Technically out of the recall, by the way, sometimes. The grenade lacked a placement model and AoE effect radius cursor indicator. It will be thrown in front of a target rather than a targeted cast point. So, a lot of Reaper grenade things. Unit spells would not trigger Protoss shield damage graphics. An issue where units with burrow move would lose their current orders when told to burrow. Not sure that's necessarily... That's an odd one, because I thought that was intentional. It feels like that was an intentional thing, is you burrow and now what am I doing with my life? Like, and okay. Zerg rocks were lacking polish. Large diagonal rocks did not receive an attack command if certain portions of the rock were within vision but not others. Attack commands with a depth shade behaved erratically. So... slight buff to adepts, maybe. A Nexus had no indication. Nexus recall or energy recharge abilities were global. Minimap now displays Nexus range indicators. Sure. All right. Okay. Nexus energy recharge ability range radius actor would display permanently rather than when the ability is being targeted. Lurker attack spike sounds can be heard through the fog of war, which you think would be something you could do, but I guess that's a buff to Zerg. Eggs now take less time to appear, and play a death cry to communicate when destroyed early. Oh. Fixed an issue where the warp prism will not display an unload model, and not display a load range radius actor when the ability was being targeted. I think we saw some of that. Warp prism movement was highly variant sluggish in order to queue pickup orders. Thought that was all dropships are like that, but an issue where banelings in splash range of enemies killed in splash range of enemy units but killed by enemy units would not spawn an audio cue indicating splash damage had been dealt, which really undermined their hard work and hurt their feelings. Banelings have feelings too, apparently, and they were sad. Fixed an issue where non-disguised changelings would not play their full birth animation. An issue where commanding oracles to build stasis wards in areas inside their range could result in slower execution than being commanded to build outside their range. Oracles would teleport short distances to build a stasis while overlapping with other air units. Stasis wards did not have a distinct audio cue. I think the audio cue is the same as triggering them, which I guess is the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. That's fair. Wait, let's... So first I'll trigger it. And then I'll destroy it. Fuck off, Ghost. Just generally. I don't think this unit can see it. It's like a backward sound almost. Alright. Cool to have. Fixed an issue where Colossus could not be created unloaded in space. An air unit already was. Mostly affects the predictability of Colossus drop positioning due to collision with the warp prism because it's too tall. Void ray prismatic alignment at the termination audio cue. It just kind of fades out still. Immortal barrier at determination. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's definitely, it's like a fading out sound, which I guess wasn't there before. The details. Fixed an issue where the sentry's beam attack visuals were misleading. Ah, yes. Cyclone basic weapon was unable to damage friendly cloaked and buried? Burrowed? Anyways. High Templar's basic weapon visuals and sounds were not proportionate to its size and volume of impact, so I assume it's weaker now. They better be like that. Oh, the visual was way smaller. Same with the Infestor visual being like this little tiny slime ball. Which makes more sense than this big-ass blast that would then hit for, like, literal... And that's why it was called water balloons, was because the attack was so large. Phoenixes would not face their channeled target. Viper... oh, wait. Vespene geysers did not update their model to tolerate shaders if the player's shader graphics were changed mid-map. Nexus would still play Blinding Cloud visuals despite no longer having Photon Overcharge. Oh, a carryover from that. Killing a Viper prior to its abduct connected with the target would not cancel the abduct. Fixed issue where Planetary Selector had misleading audio. Archons lack several video... The Archons have... In case you haven't seen it yet. Probably the coolest change. Wait, do I not have response sounds?
We need focus. We are for power. We seek enlightenment.
The strong silent type. Where's my finishings?
Guidance. We need focus. Annihilate.
They look the same. They should. It's the sounds.
Destroy.
It's the so before there wasn't a sound. There wasn't a distinct sound on merge or when they finished merging. So now there is.
We want guidance. Power overwhelming.
That's the sound. Supposed to have more particles. I don't know. Have you seen how many particles the last one had? There's probably more. Disruptor Purification Nova now has the obvious cooldown. Swarm host range radius actors were dissuaded permanently. range actors were displayed permanently. Microbial shroud appearance happened gradually and unnoticeable during the sufficient impact model. It's... It's a little less gradual. We have Dark Swarm at home. There you go. Oh my. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Hellbat walkie animation was faster than expected. Just the animation. Generate creep would only affect a subsection of overlords or transport overlords rather than both. It's tiny, but quality of life. Lack placement in placeholder models and spreading themselves. Fixed an issue where it could be difficult to distinguish if a research structure was active. Now there's a little... So, yes, the Twilight... It still won't help you tell whether the Twilight Council... Wait. Evo Chamber's upgraded. The Evo Chamber was always the easiest of these, but...
Go ahead. What's going on?
Alright. What else? Oh, the engineering bay was not updated, but... Just for comparison, we're gonna turn off the health bars just to show what it would look like without, like, if they were on the other side. Ah, the little bubbling. I see. The armory has like a little energy thingy. So that's what it looks like if the enemy is upgrading. Compared to... Pretty nice. The Queen Shuffle. Longer range orders are invalid if another queen is nearby the target had... Wait, what? This... That could have some real implications with how, shift queuing injects works. This actually requires some testing here, because I was talking about how shift queue base camera injects aren't necessarily the ideal because of how queens go running around. I'm gonna add a queen to each hatch here, and then just have a bunch more. All right. So my base camera keys don't work here. I'm gonna have to test this out in... Yeah, that's gonna have to be tested out in a real game because the base camera keys aren't working on the tester. But that's it. I don't know exactly how that works, but we're gonna have to test it. Primary attack order and a changeling would lose their order if the changeling disguised itself, which I feel like it should, but okay, fine. Gather issues were clunky. Interesting. Zelnaga towers can be selected through Fog of War. And when you select them, it gives vision range. Active creep tumors. So this is honestly a balance change. This is a buff to Zerg. Active creep tumors can now be control grouped. And you can spread them from the control group. You still can't spread them on the mini-map. But this means that it's just an auto-updating control group to the new creep tumors they have. So the functionality before, you had to select the creep tumors every time or re-hotkey them every time, which kind of defeats the purpose. Yes, this is one of the biggest technically not balanced, but feeling like balance changes to Zerg. Because it's incredibly convenient. So now you only technically have to control a group once. And to be clear, you still need to look at like you can't do it on the minimap. But instead of here was the method. Like we're going around, we're doing Zerg things, which is like everything but look at your army. And then control click, creep spread, control click, or just manually select like that. But you have to do that every time. And that's what Zergs did every time. But now, if you hotkey the creep tumors, they forbid minimap spreading because then you could just wave a magic wand over the minimap and spread your creep across because it's not really, you don't need to be precise. So now, oh no, I'm microing. Get away from me, you stupid fucking liberator. God damn it, you stupid queen. Oh, my creep. Fucking liberators. I don't know. And that's a simulation of what would happen in a game. Critters and destructible objects have been standardized to have larvae and eggs will no longer collide with or block player structures or units. Focus that were previously uncommandable during their swoop are now unselectable. Interesting. No parasite will add the target to the current selection if there's only one infester. Structures now generate additional damaged... Wait, what? Graphical models.
Bad news?
It's burning! It doesn't do damage, but... Does it get worse?
We march to victory.
What happens when the shields come back? It appears it's related to the amount of damage. I mean, I guess you never get repaired because you're Protoss, right? Like... Sucks to be you. Music selection for spectators. Still probably won't use it, but still, we might try it. Larva increases, they spread. Yes, I very much noticed that. You can really see it. They get all the way up to like the sides of the hatch now. It's a little silly. But I don't mind because you could more easily individually select the larva. Oracle Revelation. High Templars and Ravagers are now less likely to aggro towards faraway targets, so they must have had a long scan range. Adjusted Warp Prism and Raven visual height to minimize clipping. Commands to unsiege Warp Prism will now be issued to all Warp Prisms in selection. Healing Shrine visuals and sounds. Warp Prism will now attempt to immediately siege rather than decelerate. Worker-only path indicators for map makers. Mule Repair is auto-cast. Is auto-cast by default. Which is quite a thing. Mules with a harvest order do not attempt to repair units. So if you misclick, so now when you drop mules, it's to repair. Before you had to click it and then cast auto repair. So dropping mules was marginally buffed, mostly for potato players, but so what was I? Oh yeah, auto turrets did not receive structure upgrades. Was that a bug? Auto turret is no longer affected by Neosteel armor. So was the bug that we removed that and now it's back? I mean, auto turrets having armor. Mass auto turret is not a threat in the late game. Not like it's 2011. But, huh. Well, anyways, so the summary is, what the fuck are we doing? In case you weren't here, like an hour ago when we started. After we have our one line where we cut out the early game and we just went with strategic variety. As I feared, instead of some sort of back and forth communication, we got kind of an update, and then congratulations, this is your new reality. The finals of a major tournament are next week, or this weekend rather. Maestros of the game, Home Story Cup is. I think Home Story Cup is actually a good place to test things. And especially, well, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of strong opinions from the players at the very least. So, if we had any chance of any communication or update reliably in the next 6 months, I would say, all right, well, this is quite an experiment. But based on how the PTR has been handled, the complete chaos, like, this would be great for a seasonal mid-expansion patch. For, like, teamfight tactics. But the amount of things were... And you know what? Like I said, I want to bookend this with... Yes, of course it's going to increase strategic variety. Kind of like Wings of Liberty in 2010 increased strategic variety by people not knowing what the fuck they were doing. So that it will succeed for an amount of time. Probably not nearly as long as that time, but... Because nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. It's going to be a lot of variety. But between completely changing the core mechanic of Zerg and Protoss... So Zerg gets in on the action, at least this time. So Protoss has to relearn the game again, but, you know, they have plenty of time with how long they have to actually spend microing, right? But Protoss will relearn the game again. Zerg will do the same thing, but better. Terran will claim that they were nerfed because they didn't get overhauled and can do the exact same builds they were doing before. I do think Zerg gets the best end of this. And the larva change on its own is the biggest buff to Zerg outside of an expansion ever. Even though it was toned back to 9.5, that's 12% faster. Maybe 13? I don't know. But yeah. If I was a Zerg and I had to, like, sneakily pick just one change to buff Zerg, that would be it. And it wouldn't be close. Like... So, well, my initial thoughts are, for once, Zerg. So, I want to also talk about what this doesn't change. It doesn't do really anything about the late game. In fact, the strategic variety I think that will be prioritized is, especially against Zerg, both Terran and Protoss, turtling harder. You have more... minerals and gas on less bases, and no incentive to move out against a Zerg who will probably overwhelm you, especially in the early game, because they just have more units and more economy. But almost none of these changes make it much easier to deal with a 200 supply Terran or Protoss. So if the Zerg lets you get there, that's on them. But... And also, well, we're gonna... I predict the Zergs are gonna be like, I'm gonna go Hydraling Bane, but even harder now. Like... maybe some Roach timings. But mostly Hydraling Bane. We will see. Right now. Because it's time to actually play the game. So like and subscribe. no matter your feelings. Thank you for tuning in, and we may have another rant at the end, but we may have to justify it one way or another. So we're gonna start with Zerg. I'm not gonna play random. I want to pick race specifically, because adding another variable on top of it is not something we need right now, I don't think. So don't worry, Zerg versus Zerg is historically my best matchup, so... But this is not...
Let's go new pattern.
I don't know why we have doubled up, but you know what? Oh my... Oh, I see. Oh, wow. Alright. Double the excitement. What did I do to the reflections?
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
Full potato, please.
Not enough minerals.
Maybe I should be playing on, instead of gamer settings, on just ultra, but fine. Because that's what I'll be casting on anyway, so. Yeah, we're gonna have to restart. I don't know which settings. Oh, it's not 275. It's 300.
Not enough minerals.
But we're still at 175 queen. So there were some nerfs from the initial larva buff.
Required.
What is the current matchup? You should be able to tell from the overlords. And if you can't, here's your tip. If the second overlord is sent past, like, my quadrant of the map, it's ZVZ. In the other matchups, you usually don't send it out because it just dies most of the time and doesn't get super valuable info. I'd put it, like, outside the third. But in ZVZ, even though queens are a bit more of a threat,
Must spawn more. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. More over newly birthed queen. Insufficient overlords.
make sure he doesn't have this base. He don't. Why get new queen when you can have... Also, is that a wall? I don't actually know. Yes. Huh. Crazy.
Swarm has evolved. Insufficient energy.
Carapace.
Swarm forces under attack.
Do you have a lair on the way? Yeah.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough energy. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral quantity insufficient. Swarm forces under attack. More minerals required. Swarm force sequences attack. Swarm mutated. Not enough. Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack.
So I like the macro hedge wall, and the larva. So the larva speed is now. You get 3 larvae at about the same time. A larva inject gives you 3 larvae. Before it was about 33 seconds, more like 32, to get 3 larvae from a hatch. Now it is 28.5. It takes 29 seconds for a queen. And it's inject larva, assuming there's no decimal points on that, to give you 3 larvae from an inject. So technically a hatch produces larvae faster. Very technically. But math. I don't know what he was doing with the infestor. Well, rushing to Hive is actually kind of a thing, but you have to survive that far.
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
Barcode, of course.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Mineral quantity
What
insufficient.
do we got here? A zealot.
Not enough minerals.
He doesn't have a cyber. Wait, what? The hell? Okay.
Newly birthed queen ready.
The probe came all the way home.
Insufficient energy. Not enough energy.
It's crowding at depths.
Queen birth successful. Must spawn more overlords.
Let's see, is this the path? Something like that.
Insufficient energy. Not enough energy. Not enough minerals.
Gotta hotkey my creep tumors.
Insufficient energy. Queen birth insufficient overlords. Command
Just guessing on the potential oracle timing.
complete. Mineral quantity, not enough energy. Swarm forces under attack.
Good to know.
Command, unacceptable enemy assaulting drones. More overlords required. Not. Must spawn. Command, unacceptable. Need more Vespine newly birthed. Command, unacceptable.
Well, why do I have one of the... Oh. Oracle. I'll do it. Convenient.
Command, unacceptable. Command, unacceptable. Insufficient Insufficient Vespine gas. Command. Command. Not enough energy. Command unacceptable. Swarm forces under attack.
Mass void ray.
More minerals required. Insufficient energy. Command unacceptable. Command unacceptable.
There's a lot of that because you can't really tell which of the creep tumors is off cooldown.
Command.
You just know that some are. So it's a little awkward on that.
Command unacceptable.
So that means command unacceptable when I'm clicking on the wrong ones.
Mutation complete. Insufficient energy. Command unacceptable.
Which of course is a little annoying.
Command unacceptable. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More not enough. Command unacceptable. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough energy. Evolution complete. Not enough minerals.
Why is my attack move? Wait, what? A lag. The fuck?
Swarm forces under attack. Additional Vespine gas required.
He's building a mothership.
More Vespine gas. Swarm forces under attack. Additional Vespine gas required. More minerals required. Not enough. Mineral quantity.
Why is it so laggy?
Sequence. Minerals required.
What the fuck?
Insufficient. Swarm need more Vespine gas. Creep tumor mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Mutation complete. More minerals required. Insufficient Vespine. Additional Vespine gas. Mineral field depleted. Creep tumor under attack. Insufficient over mineral cluster expended. Additional Vespine. Mineral. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. No, not possible. Supply limit. Expended. Swarm forces under attack. Limit reached. Sequences spun. Swarm mutated. Mineral field depleted. exhausted. Gas. Swarm forces under additional.
I have no
Vespene
idea.
gas. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient overlords.
The fuck?
Must spawn more overlords. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field exhausted. Swarm forces under attack. More overlords required. Mineral cluster expended. Insufficient overlords. Mineral field exhausted. Insufficient Vespene gas.
Amazing. Just enjoy.
Mineral cluster expended. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
I'm just trying to get through this game.
Mineral field exhausted. Additional Vespene gas required. Insufficient Vespene gas.
Ah, whatever. Let me try to figure it out. I think I've been disconnected from the server. Wait, let's see if I lag when I'm not playing anymore. All right, so I'm no longer playing. Wow. Well, it's fucked. One sec. Why can't we just have nice things? Alright. Can't we go one day? I can't go one day without the fucking stream resetting for some reason. This is a new issue. How exciting. YouTube, are you still here? All right, nuclear option.
Upgrade complete.
YouTube is fine. Maybe we just need to go back to ranting. The ranting was fine. For some reason, I ranted for an hour and a half, and there was no problem there. Also, I'm waiting for the game to update, because it still says it's updating, so we can just languish. Some Suffolk? No, there's been a bug for a long while that it just claims the game is updating when it's not. Like and it's not a new thing. But occasionally it is actually updating. It's just very rare. And it just keeps taking forever. All right. I'll see. I lowered the bit rate. Like, the stream, well, we're going to be on potato settings anyways. Placement matches? No, we're playing 4500. I don't know why we're in placement. I think I may have left League because it was season lock or something. Thank you, Delu4357.
More minerals required.
A simple 12% increase in every single production facility really broke the Zerg. Every single worker, every single... Sorry. I expect. Who knows? Thank you, X-Bane.
Quantity insufficient. enough minerals. Mineral quantity
I
insufficient.
wish it was just lag instead of lag spikes, but
Not enough minerals.
so I did a speed test while I was resetting, and I'm at 750 up and down. But apparently the internet tubes, it's pushing it through, don't agree.
More minerals.
So that should be enough.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
Upgrade complete.
Thank you, Christopher. Why can't we just have nice things? My game does the same.
Under attack.
So I'm going to quit the game. Not forever. But I noticed that it still shows up in the menu, but we're gonna close everything related. And I'm just gonna watch and see. Watch it be SC2. That would be the perfect. I don't think it is. But I'm just staring at it. Has anyone actually played? No lag spikes in game? I just played. I'd make sure online. Online. Not like versus AI. I played Lottery Defense, constant lag spikes. Well. I played 4v4, it was solid. I noticed Pig had lag in his title of his stream. What was that about? I've tried several different VPN options. It is unaffected. Also, have I lagged at all while ranting here? Are you able to enjoy the memes in regular quality? I'm reopening SC2, and I'm going to veto any map I lag on. Maybe the patch didn't do enough to kill the game, and now we're just going to do it outright. Was that why Pig raided? Stop playing because of lag? I didn't see it. He didn't say anything. But I know a lot of people were watching his stream, so let me know. He stopped because hungry. Yeah. He was a little bit busy yesterday as well. That's because of so Eternity's Edge and Lockdown have not been fun for me. I did not lag at all once I closed the game, and I closed the Battle.net client. So I only get 3 vetoes. I was fine on this map. D4.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals.
Maybe we play in
required.
Australia.
Not enough minerals.
He's not obligated to answer me. I'm typing in the early game of a CVC.
More minerals required.
The thing is, it's lagging the stream too, which confuses me. It's clearly more comprehensive. Maybe I'll try a different account.
Mineral quantity.
But we've narrowed it.
insufficient.
The problem is we've narrowed it down to SC2 being played, which is depressing. Oh my god. Let's try West US. It could be your PC. Then why is it only during SC2? Let's play against the AI. See if there's an issue. Because if it was my internet most of the time, then it should still happen against the AI for the stream, right? Oh. Try lower settings. This is already lower settings. And you think I ever had any issues before? It's network issues. You can see try higher settings.
Not enough minerals.
Well, that was immediate. We're gonna try a different account. Why can't we just have one? Why can't things just go smooth? No, it's clearly a network issue. Otherwise, the stream wouldn't struggle. It would just look like it's freezing. But I can see the stream struggling. Like, the packets aren't going through.
Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Talk too much trash about the intern, all right?
Not enough minerals.
The SC2 client is freezing during... It is freezing. Like, it's getting network spikes where it's just not getting any info. That's what's happening. So, I'm on a different account and I'm playing against AI. I haven't played an online game yet. That's the difference now. Though technically it's still online. You can play against AI offline, but...
Insufficient. More minerals required. Command unacceptable. Not enough minerals.
The fuck?
Insufficient overlords. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough.
We're seeing how fast I can max out on +1 roaches with speed. And this is not even a realistic build because you can't go 3 hatch before pool. You will die, but...
Insufficient. Queen. Insufficient energy. More minerals required. Not mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Insufficient. Must spawn more overlords. Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. More minerals required. Insufficient energy. Not enough energy. Insufficient overlords. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. More insufficient energy. More overlords required. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not insufficient. More minerals required. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient. Not enough. Evolution complete. Not enough energies required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough energy. More minerals required. Insufficient. Sequences. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough. More minerals required. Insufficient energy. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Not enough energy. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough minerals.
7 minutes and 27 seconds. Pretty fast. Oh, the funneling. And no lag.
Swarm forces under attack. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Swarm forces.
I was on hard, that's why it had actual units.
Reached.
Okay, so no lag. Oh, I got a custom gun. There were a couple little hiccups, but now we see. Gonna feel bad if it lags now. After beating Neuro.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Interested to see what he's up to.
Not enough minerals. More minerals. Not enough minerals. Must spawn more overlords.
What are you doing? You're going to go play a couple games of each race and report back tomorrow on which one's broken. No questions allowed. Deal. All right. I look forward to the assessment.
Quantity insufficient.
So you're going to play the game?
More minerals required.
Doubt. Like, I'm sorry. I meant watch. I didn't... There are dozens of us.
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Could it be graphic settings? The lower settings somehow breaking it? I don't know. Who knows what spaghetti monster this game is nowadays? Is making the font smaller reduce lag? Impossible to tell.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Successful. Not enough minerals. Insufficient. Must be morphed on creep. Swarm has must be morphed on creep. Required. Not enough energy. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient energy. Not enough energy.
I needed the upgrade. The Evo chambers were late. But the upgrade's quicker? Maybe. But I skimped on the queens. I still like the macro hatch wall. And I want to play with it more because it's fun. Just unranked or team games if you want lower stress. This guy's going to be very upset when I mention that unranked actually has MMR and is matched with ranked ladder players. But I guess if you can't see it. Also, there were a couple little hiccups, but for some reason, not any lag. Amazing.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Yeah, I needed +1 Carapace before the Banelings. I also debated going Banelings, and then I didn't, and now I regret that. Because I wanted to min-max it, but I want to push the macro hatches. I always liked the idea of having more macro hatches rather than relying on inject. So this is our opportunity to try to figure that one out. There's no pervert pillar on this map.
More minerals required.
Wait, I lied. Well, I think that's one. I'm not 100%.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
Oh, I didn't get my overload. Where the fuck did that come from? Shit. Yeah. My pool's not done. I'm gonna lose 4 or 5 drones. Moving on. I guess for the accounts on PTR, a completely different iteration of StarCraft 2. It's completely unclear why the other account was lagging. But this is a map I did play that was lagging, so. Yeah.
More minerals required.
I think we guess go pool first. Maybe gasless pool.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
Same against Protoss. I'm gonna try to figure it out.
More minerals required. Not enough minerals. insufficient.
He didn't scout.
More minerals required.
At all.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
I saw something there.
Minerals.
Mm-hmm.
Hive cluster under direct assault. Newly.
I'm gonna let it finish. Get the larva, ideally.
Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient energy. Queen birth successful. More overlords required. More minerals required. Not enough energy. Insufficient energy. Swarm forces under attack.
Alright. Wait, what? How do I have a link in his base? Don't worry about it.
Not enough. Swarm forces under attack. Not enough minerals.
Hmm.
Insufficient energy.
I may have just given him the base, though.
Not enough energy. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Must be morphed on
Not anymore. I not make another OV? I did actually.
Swarm forces under attack. Additional Vespene gas required. Insufficient Vespene gas. Not enough energy. Additional Vespene gas required. Need more Vespene gas. Must store. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Command unacceptable. Swarm forces under attack. More minerals required. Not enough minerals.
Okay, we're still going. Apparently. So the proxy gate wasn't as strong as the proxy reaper. I'm honestly unsure how to play mech safely in team games now. I'm honestly unsure that you could be capable of realizing how much that statement gives away and how irrelevant it is. Like, mech, okay. In team games. Alright. Just impossible. The team game meta will never be the same. You know, those builds are so razor sharp in team game. So no lag. We went through that whole deal. And apparently just playing a different account fixed it. Otherwise, there were no changes from the lagging on the... Intern has it out for me. So like on your account, I played the PTR on like every account. I played on this account as well. I have more than a couple. I mean, not that many, but like 3 or 4.
More minerals required.
You Mason King.
Enough minerals.
25 months. I don't play most of the time, but I have one I just use for casting.
Insufficient.
Because I mess with all the settings there.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
do a drone rush. Having drones, like, having 2 drones 2 seconds quicker is not gonna make drone rush a more viable strategy. I think I got the first hit. I definitely did. Yeah. Oh, it just...
Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Insufficient Vespine gas. Mineral newly more minerals required. Insufficient overlords. Queen birth successful. Swarm forces under attack. More overlords required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Newly birthed queen ready. Insufficient energy. Swarm has evolved.
Wait, does that wall correctly? That's what I thought.
Not enough minerals. Station complete. More overlords. Insufficient energy. Must spawn more overlords. Insufficient sequences. Spawn. Swarm. Mutated.
I have 1-1 versus 0-0. Alright. It was a little dicey. A little bit of spicy drone micro in there. Good thing I built the spine. So I was like, am I really gonna build a spine to wall off? I'm not regretting it now. I don't. Let's see where we end up. Not that this changes anything, but is Terran unplayable? 20 kill spine crawler, Sterling the Ravenous. That's a pretty accurate spine crawler name, actually. Hello? Dead game. I couldn't find a Zerg? There has to be a Zerg out there. Come on. Aren't you one of the best SC2 players in the world? Yes. I'm one of the top 1,000. I get TVT, of course. I don't remember what this guy does. I think I have him on my list, though. Don't worry, I have extra time. Ah, yes. He did a sad proxy into battle cruisers. This is the key, so Terrans can check their "this fucker cheese me" notebook to figure out who they're up against. This is actually why we added the 8-worker start. Yeah. In TVT, proxy Rex. And people don't really change at this stage. Like, they're all in their 30s and have not learned anything new for over 5 years, which is why.
Not enough.
Now, if he doesn't do a proxy Rex and he does a new exciting build, well, then he's changed. Also, I was probably playing random at the time. Is the one caveat there. Like,
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Big job, huh?
there's a barracks
You're the boss. Yep.
with a Marine first.
Enemy attacking SCVs.
It's rude.
Command center upgraded.
What's going on? In the rear with the gear. The Grim Reaper has arrived.
More minerals required.
Fear the
We need to know if he has a factory in there.
SCV ready. Got something for me to... Death from above. On the... What's it worth? SCV ready. All right. Done.
He's not gonna let me have that info very easily.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Fear the Reaper, man. Ready.
I'm not going Hellions because he's on the high ground.
Hear me. I'm listening.
Add-on constructed.
Got something for me to kill. Ready. Yeah.
Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Mineral quantity add-on operational.
Fear the Reaper, man. What's it worth? SCV ready. Certainly. On the way. I'm going.
Double starport.
SCV ready.
Add-on constructed.
Gangway.
Landing zone obstructed.
Big job. What's it? In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Cyclone. Got something for me to...
Additional Vespine gas required.
Ready to blunder.
Adjusting for new coordinates. Nothing'll stop me. I get you.
Need more Vespine gas.
Show me who you want. It's open. Moving into position. Got a target in mind? Oh, I'll... What? You got coordinates or what? In gear. Cyclone en route. Got a target in mind? Adjusting for new coordinates.
Insufficient energy.
Nothing. Channels
Armed and ready.
I think he just won the game.
Transformation system. Ready to blunder. Fight or flight. Yeah. You ready for war? What's going on?
I have no scans.
Not enough.
You ready for war?
Oh, he did run out.
Let's get into the fight.
SCVs under
I should have just gotten a Raven. I didn't expect double Banshee. Who expects double Banshee? Nobody.
Let's get into... Huh? What's going on? Fight or flight? Yeah, right. Agreed. Certainly. Big job, huh? Transformation systems, right. Let's get into the fight.
No, I'm dead, but
Ready for war? Let's get into the
I didn't
fight.
do any economic damage. This is important to note.
Fight or flight? Can't hold them alone.
Fucking Widowmond. I didn't have a second orbital. That's some real strategic diversity there, though.
Huh? It's your dime.
Scanning battle.
What's going on? SCV ready?
More
I did. So it was proxy battle cruiser last time, but again, it was against random. So
SCV ready.
yeah, add it to the list.
You ready for war?
SCV ready.
Thankfully, still.
SCV ready.
Well, if he hadn't done this,
Ready.
Very well.
I think he did lose
Huh?
the Banshee there. So
insufficient Vespene.
SCV ready.
definitely gonna have another Widow Mine somewhere out there.
What's going?
Transformation system.
Need more Vespene gas.
SCV ready.
You ready for war? Made for. You ready for war? Fight or flight? Yeah, right. Transformation system is primed. Yes, indeed. Weapons primed. Fortune favors the bold. Very well. Burn. Can't hold them alone. You ready for
Not enough energy.
I guess that could have gone worse.
Let's get into
He has a third
Landing zone
on the way, not done, but still. Unless he already. Oh. Alright. Yeah, that's not happening. Was pretty clear. So we had Zergling all in, Proxy Rex, Proxy Gate, Double Starport Banshee. Strategic variety. Yeah, if you think cheese is less prevalent, it's just people are better at it. As you get up. Like, they have any follow-up is usually the difference. Like, they can cheese, do a bunch of damage, and then not lose the game because they have 3,000 minerals. That's the difference.
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready.
PVT.
Huh? SCV
I have no idea. We're gonna freestyle it.
Bad news.
Which is probably gonna end up being Marines and Marauders, like a very bold and original Terran.
More minerals required.
SCV ready.
I know. Bold. Beautiful. Bespoke.
What's going? Ah! You scared me. Yeah. SCV ready.
Not enough minerals. Mineral
Delaying the SCV, because otherwise you can't get gas in time to get a Reaper.
SCV ready.
Do I want a Reaper?
SCV ready.
No, I'm playing the other races because everybody just assumes Zerg OP. Gonna play like 5 games of each and just rotate through. Or when I lose, I'll switch to that race, I guess. That's more fun. That way it could be anything next game. You can't look away because I could be playing whatever race you wanted me to play next. So don't go anywhere. The race you thought was OP, that's the one. It is. You were right.
Big job, huh? Roger.
Command center upgraded.
What's going on? Big job, huh? The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Interesting.
Ready? Agree. Go ahead. What's it worth? Ah!
Add
You
on
scared me.
operation.
SCV ready.
You should already have a stalker. Or
So, nothing I can't handle. You're the Reaper man. Done, certainly. SCV
get
ready.
one.
What's going? What? You? I'm from above.
Not enough minerals.
I'm going out. SCV ready. Go ahead.
My command center gonna finish in time to be another depot? I don't think so.
Mineral quantity in new technology researched.
Oh, it's on. Let's do this.
Huh? We hear you.
More minerals.
SCV ready.
Time's a wasting.
Kaboom, baby.
No, he sees it.
SCV ready.
Just
Is there a Reaper cliff?
You're the Reaper.
gotta go on.
SCV ready.
Why not?
What's it worth?
Time's a wasting.
I'm the
Just say where.
SCV ready.
All right. Well, we'll just let him have it then. He wants to build 4 or 5 shield batteries.
Got a whole time's a wasting.
SCV ready.
Don't let just say where.
What's going on? Go ahead.
Go on.
SCV ready.
Command center upgraded.
Oh,
Big job, huh?
let's have a blast.
In the rear with the gear.
Add on operational.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Woohoo! Overtime. SCV ready.
Not research.
SCV ready. Armed and ready.
Mineral quantity.
SCV ready. Huh?
Enemy attacking SCV.
What the fuck?
SCV ready. You're the boss. Go, go, go. Yes, sir. SCV ready. I'm by the number. SCV ready. Been waiting on you. Oh, yeah. In the rear. Bandit.
Okay. Oracle.
SCV
Interesting.
want some. Got it. SCV ready.
Not enough minerals. Insufficient.
We could use some help here.
Insufficient energy.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Time's a wasting.
This better be good. By the SCV ready.
Need more
That was nice of him.
Will do. Go, go, go! Huh? SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Armed and ready. But this better be good. You gonna get SCV ready. SCV ready. This better be good.
Wait, what have I done?
Been waiting on. Big job. Go, go, go.
I meant to be building medevacs, but whatever. It's clearly gonna go charge lots off this.
This better be good.
That makes sense.
You can buy the number. You want a piece of me, boy?
I said clearly. Well, it wasn't.
Ready for
SCV ready. It's about to get heavy. Armed and ready. Bad news. In the rear. Go ahead.
Upgrade completed.
Sure thing. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Command center upgraded.
Been waiting on you. SCV ready.
ready for dust off.
Landing zone obstructed. Cannot build there.
Yes, sir.
Are you stuck, bro?
Mineral field exhausted. Insufficient energy.
This better be good. Go ahead. SCV ready. It's go time.
Ow.
Big job.
More minerals required.
We could use some help here. SCV ready. Bad news.
Mineral plus not.
Somebody, get me out
Base
of this
under
mess.
siege.
Do I just die? I think I might.
Add-on constructed. Must build more supply depots. Additional supply. SCVs under siege.
Armed and ready. Been waiting.
Quantity insufficient. Base under siege required.
I'm on it.
Supply not enough minerals. Under siege. Base under siege.
Where's the emergency? Talk to me.
Guess so. Not enough units. Well, clearly Protoss OP. So we gotta play some Protoss. You see? Not having any units, I missed a production round or two in there. And had nothing at all. I didn't think he'd attack with like 3 Colossi and a bunch of Phoenixes, but it made sense. What the fuck? Oh, poor player. Does Leave League do anything? Not really. Fresh start though. And by fresh, I mean it's still the same MMR. But if I was in a league before League Lock... Summary, short answer is no. Long answer, not really.
Not enough minerals. Mineral cannot warp there. More minerals required. Not enough minerals.
I don't know if this is cross only or...
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Tube Scout. Off we go. Ah! There's another. He's in the tubes. Go home. Wait, what? Oh, we scouted the other way.
Required.
Really? Thought I didn't see it the first time. Come on, give me some credit here. Wait, what? That's a worker path?
Not enough.
For Artanis.
Must construct additional pylons. Mineral quantity insufficient.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Must
Did I deal with it or did he rebuild it in the corner? Wait, where did he go? There's no hatchery-sized holes in my base, right? You never know.
Give us your command.
Doesn't have enough for speed yet.
Vespine gas required. Insufficient.
They're both almost identical in the placement.
Not enough.
Dimensional.
Insufficient energy. Additional pylons. More research. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
An omen. It is destined. Our fates are one. The stars align. I see. Extrapolating strings. Nausea path. Harmonized. Oracle perceiving. And
Probes under attack.
Interesting.
guided. Our window is short.
Enemy assaulting probes.
An omen.
Cannot warp there.
I see.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Ire.
You seek guidance. An errant. The enemy has discovered.
Interesting. There it is.
Not enough minerals.
I knew there was something out here.
The stars align. Harmonize. Let us. You seek guidance?
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Must construct. Additional pylons required.
Our window is short.
Cannot warp there.
Harmonized. I see.
Sloppy.
Our fates are one. An Aerodine rock. An omen. Extrapolating strings. Our window is short. It is
Need more Vespine gas. Additional Vespine gas required.
the stars align.
Glory to the
You seek guidance?
Cannot warp there. Additional pylons cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. More minerals required.
glory to the day.
Cannot.
shall persevere. I have met the enemy. Combat over. We serve with pride.
Field exhausted. Mineral field depleted.
Not a heart. Let your will.
Genetic matrix.
The firstborn shall persevere. Glorious combat is upon us. Najakar, now. Yes, executive. We
Cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. Cannot warp there.
combat awaits.
Upgrade completed. Pylon under assault. Cannot warp there.
Ire.
Technology researched. Cannot warp there.
Let your will be heard.
Direct us. How can I aid you?
Probes under attack. Cannot warp there.
We are the blades of we embrace the glory of
Upgrade completed. Cannot.
Guide.
Pylon under assault. Cannot warp there. Mineral field exhausted.
As all
Assault data. Mineral cluster expended. Energy is complete.
non-attack. As all are one. Side. How can I aid you?
Insufficient. Army upgraded.
Assault data plot.
Cannot warp there. assault under assault. Nexus point under enemy attack. Need more Vespine gas.
We need our
Protoss forces now in combat. Must insert. Cannot. Protoss forces now in combat. Exhausted. Enemy assaulting Nexus point under enemy attack. Nexus point under enemy attack. Not warp there. Just
How can I aid you? Our faith reinforcing Psyweb.
Vespine geyser depleted.
By the heart of iron. We await. Download. As all are one. Harmonized. A window.
Additional firelines required.
The stars align. Guide us. We meet our fate. And Eradine Rashagal. It is done. We, how can I aid? I
Protoss
see.
forces now in combat. Mineral cluster expanded. Protoss forces now in combat. Not enough energy. Cluster combat expanded. Mineral field exhausted. Vespine geyser exhausted. Need more Vespine gas. warp there. Cannot warp there.
Genetic matrix active.
Mineral field. My life for hire.
Genetic matrix active.
Kala is served. Geyser exhausted. Cluster expanded.
So Zerg may build up faster, but still. What are you gonna do about 200 supply of Tempest and Carriers if you're not Cyril? Explain. I did eventually get Storm, but I didn't need it. I feel like the same... that is the most painful part of the game for Zerg. Well, there's no real incentive to... move out before you get 200 supply. We're just gonna see more turtling to Carrier. Especially with such massive maps, which you might think might be better for Zerg, but the issue is if they can get 4 bases, you can build 200 supply of Sky Toss. So that's what you need. Doesn't matter 4v8 bases, which is what it was. And even used Infestors, Microbial Shroud, Corruptors, Hydras. I was mostly A-moving my Death Ball around, which was the real skill. I also use Guardian Shield. Alright, that's kind of important. But if you can get to 4 bases without taking big hits, or forcing a decent trade, I think the patch will just make the rough edges rougher. Like, Zerg is already pretty good in the mid game. Like, that's their greatest strength. In the previous patch, as of yesterday, was hitting timings like 150 to 200 supply. But before that, struggling. So they've shored that up. But after that, torture. Like, no Zerg, not even Cyril, even though he's the best at it, wants to play that phase of the game. It's horrible. It's soul draining to play late game as Zerg against Terran or Protoss. It's like, let me take my shittier units and my more expensive spellcasters and try not to look in the wrong direction for a quarter second, so that way I don't lose 1,000 resources to units that outrange all of mine. And if I do that for the next 20 minutes, then maybe I won't lose. I didn't say win, I said not lose, to be clear. Just in case.
More minerals required.
Winning is a whole nother story.
Cannot warp there.
Changes to warp gates and shield batteries? It's a nerf to shield batteries defensively. But the intern decided not to include that info. Shield batteries near Nexi used to start at 100. Now they start at 75. That's a nerf. But since there was no context added, like... Already does have the expo, alright. So early Zerg aggression is more effective? Ah, yes, but oracles are still in the game. Which is the major reason why Zerg can't get aggressive before layer tech.
Not enough.
Oracles existing is why you can't do anything but all out, all ins. Like... What the hell?
Warp field on.
Pay the warp tax.
Must construct additional pylons. Inadequate supply. Engaging the enemy. Must insufficient Vespine gas.
You require my skills.
Additional pylons required. More cannot warp there. Probes under attack. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Research completed.
For the reckoning.
More minerals.
I don't know, Kev. That might be a bit expensive. Oh shit. Unbuild.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Well, that wasn't good. If I don't have charge, I lose the game. If I do have charge, I probably still lose the game. But it's gonna be closer. Okay.
I return to serve.
Alright, the boys are here. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Despite Terran's lament, their lack of changes actually I would consider to be the biggest buff. Because they can just do the same thing. Just timing's pushed down a little. And all their units are still good. Probably struggle more against Zerg, but definitely buffed against Protoss. Early Hydra would be cool. Yeah, but a Hydra Den is 100 gas, and each Hydra is 50 gas. Having Hydras on hatch tech would be only marginally better. Because usually you only mine enough gas for like Zergling speed and lair. And having shitty Hydras... like, the only value, I guess, would be building the Hydra Den while you're going to lair and getting the upgrades a little quicker. Also, that doesn't solve most of the well, if you want Zerg to be able to attack Protoss, yeah, you need something like that, but... Research required for Lunge? What if I told you, and you know, but what if I told you Lunge was added because they nerfed Hydra speed? Just to make it more complicated for Hydras. Maybe just give Hydras their speed back. Like, but it was just on creep after the upgrade. Yeah. Did I stutter?
More minerals required.
But Zerg is probably going to crush for a while. Top tier players like Serral and Solar and Raynor are going to have an absolute... They already are. Like, the mechanical players who... like, everything's just better. They were already on the knife edge. Still struggling in some matchups, but... Maybe not Serral, but... They're going to crush. Especially now. Like, you could do the exact same thing, but better. As Zerg as well. Protoss is the only one who has to rework their entire game plan, but...
Mineral quantity.
So that means the ideal Zerg will be just not letting that late game happen.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
Wait, he's Protoss? He was Protoss the whole time. He had a Terran portrait. He bamboozled me. What a play. He doesn't have a second gate, so he can't do like crazy adept things. He's gonna get it now. I think he's remembering. Feels like a Terran who is playing Protoss out of spite. Which is like Neeb's entire career, fun fact. Now that he's coming back for a series on the Chinese Cup. Fun fact, Neeb played Protoss and then, I mean, he played Terran and switched to Protoss and Legacy of the Void. You might not have known that because he didn't win anything before Legacy of the Void.
The firstborn shall persevere.
I mean, he won minor stuff. It wasn't like completely an unknown, but definitely not WCS championships.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Yes, exactly. We
Thank you for having me.
I shall be reclaimed. We are one mind. Combat awaits. Najakar Mina. To glory. Give us your command. Let me serve with... Yes, Executor. Faith. Najakar Mina. The Templar. March. Forward.
Research completed.
Horns enough.
Oracle proceeding.
Pylon under assault.
Not even close, baby.
Persevere.
An Aerodine. Let
Oh, that was a bit optimistic, but
Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
extrapolating. An omen. Our window is short. I see.
yeah. Okay. Let's see. Wow, he's played a lot of games. Wow. This is this season. This is not career. And he's been playing Protoss. 1,500 games this season. Which this season apparently is his entire career, which is a little suspicious. But, oh, well, you know what? With 1,500 games, you could probably go from gold to... Though it says his account has been GM multiple times, so... Did you say Need Plater is going to play soon? Yes, there's a Chinese tournament where they dragged out all the, retired nerds. Which is... Yeah, it's, I guess they'll be playing on the new patch. How exciting for them. Sue, TY, Coffee, Fantasy, Neeb, Max Ed, Cyan, Impact, Scarlet, Innovation. Scarlet is still technically active. Deer, Kelazur, Olivera, Jaishi, XY, and Trap. And the prize pool isn't even that crazy. I don't know if they're paying... They're probably paying them, like... just in general, and then the prize pool is also there, because that does seem like a relatively thin amount to have all these people going to China. Well, half of them are Chinese, but like Scarlet and Neeb and TY, because first place is 3,500, second is 25, which is not bad, but yeah, they're definitely the inspiration though. I'm excited to see what these experienced gamers decide to do with the new patch. A new co-op commander? Okay, we can't even trust the intern to write the right numbers on patch notes. You think a new co-op commander is gonna happen? Like... It's optimistic. Humo Parting is among those retired nerds. Well, I just read out all of the nerds, and Parting wasn't one of them. I assume he was asked as well, but... This guy does fuckboy things.
Not enough
Wait.
minerals.
I don't have him on my list, but I know he does. I don't need the list for him, alright? He's extra. He's... Though, who knows? Now with the Zerg being the way it is.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
List, if you're on the list up here, alright, you're special. See, that the list written down is for... Wait, was it that one or this one? But, well, if it was on the list, I maybe would have a better idea. But it's a new patch. Maybe I should just throw out the old cheeses and start a new one. Probably.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
Let's a pool first. Right? Is my math correct? No? Oh, I'm way off. I don't know anything. See how much larva he banks up.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
Exactly enough for speed, but he hasn't started speed. It's suspicious.
Glory to the day.
Enemy assaulting probes.
Let your
Probes
will
under
be
attack. Not enough minerals. Enemy assaulting probes.
glory. The firstborn shall persevere. Let none deter us. We are one mind. It shall be done. Faith before fear. Porzala. Forward. Yes?
Probe left.
Cannot warp.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Must construct. Additional pylons required.
Our window.
Glory to the Daylong.
You seek guidance? Our fates are one. Extrapolating strings. The stars align. It is destined. I see. We interpret. An
The
Eridine
firstborn shall persevere.
Oracle perceiving.
Cannot warp there. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals.
An woman. How can I aid you? Let us begin. Our window is
Research
short.
completed.
The enemy has discovered us. Activating strength.
Could have gone a lot better, but
You seek guidance?
never.
We meet our fate. An error. An omen. Our fate. Our window is shut.
Is that actually walling? Ah, fuck.
How can I aid you? It is destined. The threads of fate lie bare. I see. Let us begin. We interpret. You seek guidance?
Cannot walk there.
Extrapolating.
Cannot warp there. Cannot warp there.
I assume he has this then? Yeah.
Our fates are one. It is destined. I see.
It's a lot of gas.
Additional Vespine gas required.
Let us begin.
Mutas. Alright.
You seek guidance? The enemy has discovered us. We meet our fate.
Teleport successful. I will.
Down.
Zero. I am eager to strike. The skies. New. Not enough minerals. Time for battle. Upgraded. Well done. Teleport successful. Warp field online. On the way. Upgrade completed. Cannot mineral quantity insufficient. I stalk through the stars. I am eager to strike. Energy cannot mute. Prismatic core. Highlight for warp field online.
Reinforcing Cyweb.
I will comply. Exhausted. Cannot warp there. Highlight for I am eager to strike. Mineral cluster expended. I wield the blades of justice embrace. Glorious time. Mineral field depleted. Sirafek, Cryon. Time for I will comply. Engage Mineral cluster expended.
Side web established.
No amount of Zerglings can help against oracles.
Enemy verified.
Yeah, I needed to build like 50 more cannons with those minerals, but Skytoss is still meta. Actually, it's more meta because before Protoss had a pretty decent chance with like a quicker warp gate and less facing against less larva. So if Zerg has less larva and you have warp gate that doesn't tax you, then you can probably move out. And it's a struggle for the Zerg to deal with if well executed. But now with Zerg having 10% more larva and there being a tax on warp gate, I think the ideal strat is sit in your base and build Skytoss. It was all so to be clear, nothing. Well, the only thing that made it maybe better is the fact that you start with less workers. I'd be like, how does that help? Well, Zerg still needs to spend time building up, and even with the larva, it takes quite a bit before you get there. So even if they're going to have a huge mid-game army, you're likely going to be able to get to 3 bases, and then they don't have a lot of leeway for what they choose to do. Like, he went for mutas blindly, and that just did nothing, and then he had no chance. Like, alright, it's him again. I'm gonna do something very similar. Well,
Not enough
yeah.
minerals.
Yeah, we're just the same thing.
Mineral quantity.
Opener. I didn't scout off a pylon. I scouted off a gate, which means if he does an early pool, I could be in some trouble, but that's what I want to test.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Then again, like, here's the thing. By the time you see it, it's not like you have the money to do anything else anyway, right? Like,
Minerals required.
so if you scout, the real value of scouting early is blocking the hatch. It's not necessarily defending. In fact, you might be worse off dealing with an early pool
Quantity
because
insufficient.
you will have less resources to defend it.
Minerals.
Because there's no way you're walling off immediately.
More minerals required.
I'm not going to get a gas geyser until I know for sure he's taking a hatch. Alright. Actually, I'm kind of feeling the Nexus before gas. I know it sounds weird, but
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
part of the reason I did so much is the first Adept got in last time. Alright, we can't rely on that.
Adequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
I guess it's a bit late.
firstborn shall persevere.
More.
Yes,
Not enough minerals.
ire shall be reclaimed. Give us your command. Combat awaits. Glory to the day. Najakar Mina. We serve with let your will be heard. We are of yes, Executor. Ire shall be reclaimed. We are of one mind.
Additional pylons required.
Glory to the Daylong. Give up.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Dimensional strength attuned. The stars align. An Aerodine.
More minerals required.
An omen.
Must construct additional pylons.
I see. Extrapolating strings. Harmonized. Dimensional strings.
Not enough minerals.
An Aerodine Rashagal. Our fates are one.
Additional Vespine gas required.
I don't want to talk about it.
We
Let us. The threads of fate. Our window is short.
Cannot warp there. Cannot warp there.
An omen. Extrapolating strings. Nazi.
Research complete.
We interpret.
Need more. Cannot warp there.
The stars align. Harmonized.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
You seek guidance.
Must
Extra.
cannot. Mineral quantity. Patience. Act. must be placed in genetic matrix.
Najakar, Mina.
How can I aid you? The stars align.
Bit.
Army upgraded. Mineral field depleted. My life for iron. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Nas with time. Extrapolating strings.
Not enough minerals. New technology researched. Genetic matrix active. Mineral field exhausted. Insufficient Vespine gas.
Dimensional strings.
Cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. Additional Vespine gas required.
Data lost. We are the light.
We await.
Victory
Our window is short.
Research completed.
Nas with time. The threads of fate lie bare. Kinala.
Mineral field exhausted. Army upgrade need. Additional Vespine gas insufficient. Upgrade completed.
Ex- As always.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Orange is by your will.
Extrapolate. Direct us. We interpret. Harmonized.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Our mind.
Keep our window is short.
We stand as one. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Cannot warp there. Cannot. We embrace the cannot warp there. My life for life.
I am
Mineral field depleted. No. We embrace the glory of battle. Upgrade. Mineral cluster. No.
Assault data locked.
Must be placed in power field.
Power on.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Reinforcing Cyweb.
Mineral field exhausted.
Our window is short. King Knight.
No, not possible. Supply mineral. We embrace the glory of battle.
How can I aid you?
No, not possible. Supply mineral cluster. Align for hire. Under assault. Assault. No, not possible. Supply limit. Align for hire. Army upgraded.
Nala. Reinforcing.
Done. Justice. We embrace the glory of battle. Cannot warp there. Upgrade completed. Cannot warp there. We embrace no, not possible. Supply. Cannot warp there. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. My life for hire. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. No. My life. We embrace the glory of battle. Reached. Justice be done. Mineral cluster. We embrace. No, from the shadows I come.
Cyweb.
We stand as. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. What would you ask of us? We embrace the glory of battle. From the shadows, army upgraded. Glory of battle. My life for hire. Vespine cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. Mineral field cannot warp there. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. From the shadows. Is upon us. We are the blades of. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Mineral field depleted. Not possible. Supply limit reached. My life for hire.
Reinforcing Cyweb.
Not possible. Supply reached. I am mineral field depleted.
We shall stand against the darkness.
We embrace the glory of battle. No, not possible. Supply.
Assault data locked.
What? Not possible. Supply limit. Mineral cluster expended. Cannot warp there. No, not possible. Probe Nexus point under enemy. Not possible. Supply. Enemy assaulting probes. Mineral field reached. Europe. Protoss forces now in combat. Cannot warp there. No, not possible. Supply limit. Protoss forces now in combat.
But thankfully, Microbial Shroud has more range. Nice leisurely stroll into building 100 cannons. The efficiency of charge lots as well, like, was Viper better? There is no answer. Well, the correct answer is Infestor Broodlord while defending against charge lots with Lurkers or Ultras, and never overextending. He never had any pressure. That's because I killed a bunch of drones and kept him busy with oracles until a mothership was out. Let's see. We'll find a Zerg. So, you gotta get him early. Alright, I like the build I was doing, but this is a 4-player map. I guess you can spawn in any location as well.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals. Not enough minerals.
There are a couple maps with tubes. This is one of the tubes.
More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More
Just blind. Like,
required.
that is the risk as Protoss is, sometimes you're just gonna be blind. And that's why 4-player maps have always been a struggle for Protoss. Thank you, Mr. Waffles. Because there's a chance I scout him last, and then I just lose the game to an early pull. So... but I'm willing to take that chance. I'm gambling.
Cannot.
Tubes. Yep, I scout him last, so worst case scenario. We went hatch first, I'm fine.
Probes under attack.
The firstborn.
Enemy assaulting probes.
Actually, quite a quick rush distance, isn't it?
Probes under attack.
Yes, Executor.
Not enough minerals.
We are of one mind. Combat, let your will be heard. It shall be done. To glory. The Templar. Glory to the day.
No, that was right. Now we see.
Ire. Give us your...
Dimensional strings attuned. An omen.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Must construct.
We'll see if he has the timing.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Plus
Is
one.
destined.
Additional pylon.
Oracle completed. Harmonized. The stars align. Lucid guidance. Nazut.
Blair's already done. It's kind of crazy.
An Eridine Rashagal. Extrapol.
We could just keep building oracles then.
An omen. How can I aid you? Our window is short.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
Dimensional strings attuned. Our fates are one.
We may have taken a tube base.
It is destined. Nazut.
Okay.
Cannot warp there. Not enough new technology researched. Nexus point under enemy attack.
We
Cannot warp there.
an omen. Dimensional strength.
Enemy assaulting.
It is destined.
That was real sloppy. One would have been fine. Two is definitely pushing it.
Let us. Our window is short.
Minerals required.
Extrapolating strings. An omen. How can I aid you? The threads of lucid. An Eridine lucid guidance. An omen.
Fuck me.
We meet our fate. Let us begin.
My god.
The stars.
I'm determined to make this as hard as possible for myself, obviously.
The first
Probes under attack.
give us your
Beautiful.
Additional pylons required.
An AOD launches on. All basic guidance. We await.
No, not ideal.
Pylon under assault. Inadequate supply. Pylons in cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. Mineral quantity insufficient. Must construct additional pylons.
Hmm.
Must be placed in power field.
How can I aid you? An AOD launches on.
Insufficient energy. Mineral field exhausted.
Side web established. We await.
There's gonna be a no from me, dog. Go home.
Mineral field depleted.
You seek guidance?
Probes under attack. More minerals required. Nexus point under enemy attack.
Our window is
Additional
short.
pylons required.
Unfortunately, that was several of my pylons. I don't know if he waited for it to finish.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
The threads of fate lie bare. An Aerodine Rashagal. It is destined. Harmonize. Non-Zuktai.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Cannot warp the army.
So I don't have 4 bases. 4 bases is really the minimum here.
Construct additional pylons.
An omen. The stars align.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Enemy assaulting probes.
Siren.
Probes under attack.
Weapon systems engaged. Di-
Not enough minerals. Cannot warp there. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field exhausted. Mineral quantity.
Assault data plot.
I don't have a cyber core.
Warp there. Cannot.
Assault data plot.
Mineral cluster expended.
Orbital receiving. How can I aid you?
Cannot warp there. Mineral field depleted. Research completed.
We shall stand against the darkness.
New technology researched.
As all are one.
We
Cannot warp there. Enemy ascending probes.
Na'adan. My charge.
Mineral field exhausted. Must be replaced.
Assault data plot.
We stand.
Na'adan.
Not enough minerals.
My charge. Our mind.
Under assault. My life for iron. My life for pylon. Under assault. Justice makes us all. Mineral cluster expanded. Must be placed in. Investing gas. Upgrade completed.
Assault.
Cannot warp there.
Our mind.
We are ready. Mineral field exhausted. Awaiting the call. My life.
My charge.
Antara Tassaga.
We shall stand against the darkness.
Carrier has arrived.
Assault data plot. We see.
Kinala.
My charge. Assault data plot.
With purpose.
Our mind. Assault data plot. Our mind. Assault.
Cannot warp there. Mineral field depleted.
Psi web established. Kinala
Sunday Templar. I charge.
Cannot warp there.
We will seek a Sunday Templar.
Cannot warp there.
Wound or we are the light.
Director.
A Sunday Templar.
As
Our minds.
We stand as one.
We are focused.
Need more Vespine gas.
we await.
Sunday Templar. Light.
Justice be
Guide us.
We
mineral field.
Silence.
We embrace glory of battle.
are focused.
Guide us.
We
As all are one.
are
Director.
Command me. My life for hire.
I am very dead. He got so much damage. And there's a chance he has those top right bases. But we're gonna make him sweat a bit. Because I can.
Shadows. Additional Vespine gas required. Mineral
And is he up there?
expended.
Yeah.
Gassar de Templari.
Oh yeah. Though it was a lot. I need to hold on to the third. Losing the oracles is rough. Actually just worked. Well, I defended. Well, there's a big difference between not losing and winning, but Zerg is almost what a player. Zerg is very good at destroying things on their side. It's just good luck ever actually killing your opponent. I needed to go the Twilight quicker. Having access to Archons are ridiculous. Storm is good, but Archons... Thankfully, they both come from the same unit, so...
More minerals required. Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
That wouldn't have blocked if I put it in the standard location. I don't think.
Cannot warp there. Quantity insufficient.
No gas yet. In fact, no gas until
Acquired.
I figure out what he's up to. Does he have gas? So that placement's gonna screw me a bit. He does not, so he wants to expand.
Probes under attack.
Uh, no, I lose. It's unfortunate.
Insufficient is not enough minerals. Enemy assaulting probes. Must construct additional pylons. Highlight for ire.
Glory to the Daemon. We serve with pride. Ire shall be reclaimed.
We are the blade.
Let combat await.
Well, not exactly ideal start. I put the pylon wrong, so I had a bad setup to deal with this, which usually doesn't matter too much, but
We march. We are of one mind. Victory for the firstborn. We serve.
in this exact scenario,
Inefficient. More minerals required.
Ire.
I'm ready to.
Yes. Let's go. Najakar. Faith. Or fear. Forward.
Shisa. And Tara.
yeah, it actually really screws up the SimCity.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Guess we'll get Warp Gate.
Not enough minerals.
I will cancel it to get an Oracle. I'm not gonna kill it.
Insufficient. Cannot warp there.
You seek guidance? An omen. I see. The stars align. Nazuktai. Harmonized.
Cannot warp there.
Oracle proceeding. It is destined. An Eridine Rashagal. We interpret. I see. The stars align. Our fates are one. Extrapolating strings. Our fates are one. Not. How can I aid you?
Additional Vespine gas required.
Harmonized. Music guidance.
Research completed.
It is destined. An Eridine Rashagal.
Infestation pit.
You're at full power.
Okay.
You seek guidance?
Phase crystal.
Swarm hose Nidus.
Fate lock.
Must construct additional pylons. Probes under attack. Nexus point under enemy attack.
This is certainly something.
Power field. Nexus cannot under their attack.
We interpret. Nazuktai. Our window is short.
Huh.
Enemy attack.
Oracle proceeding.
Nexus point under enemy attack. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough energy.
An Eridine Rashagal.
Insufficient energy. Cannot warp there.
We
I
interpret.
have met the enemy.
You seek guidance?
Additional pylons required.
An Eridine. How can I aid
Is it in my...
you? Harmonize.
It sounded like it was in my base.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Not
Not.
enough energy.
Let us begin. The threads of fate lie there. You seek guidance? I see.
A mothership would actually be a very big help.
Kassar, Datum Clark. And Terran.
You seek guidance?
Probes under attack.
Extra.
Not enough energy.
An Eridine Rashagal. Our windows. How can I aid you? Harmonize. Dimensional strings attuned. Our fate. We interpret.
Glory to the day.
An omen.
Command me.
Cannot warp there.
It is destined.
We are the blades of iron.
I see. You seek guidance?
Nice. Okay.
An omen. Let us begin.
Additional Vespine gas required. Mineral field exhaust cannot warp there. Must
You seek guidance? I wish.
Wait, what? It's the front? I don't have anything else. Well, yeah, if you do 2 base swarm host after a 8 pool after me fucking up the wall. Yes, it's... There were so many opportunities to bring that back too. It's a little disappointing how horrible it went. But, believe it or not, if you kill Protoss before they get a 3rd base, you do well. Pro tip.
Mineral quantity
I needed to just not choke there. Couldn't get enough gas.
required. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Weird timing to ask that.
More minerals required.
If he asked at the start of the game, okay, but...
Enemy assaulting probes. Probes under attack. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough. I'm here in the shadows. Stay. I am the heart of darkness. Need more Vespine gas. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Additional Vespine gas required. Not.
Ah, it's gonna time out.
Our window is short.
Okay.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Enemy assaulting probes.
The fuck? It just fell apart. And yes, of course, it's some one base bullshit. That we already knew that. I just didn't. Terran has so many flavors that it's hard to tell which one it's gonna be.
Additional pylons, new technology. Research. I am here in the shadows. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Cannot warp there. You require my
I don't really want to let him just see I took a third, but I think he's about to.
cold is the void. Mineral quantity insufficient. For the record. I am the voice of the eclipse. More minerals required. I am the state thy bidding. Real. Coal. Must highlight. Not enough minerals. I am the heart of darkness. Not enough energy. I return to serve. Nexus point under enemy attack.
Why did I attack?
Not enough pylon under insufficient energy. Cannot warp there. Insufficient energy.
I could have just waited on the high ground. He's got Vikings on the ground, which are actually amazing here. He was playing unranked, of course. There was no reason to fight. I thought for a second after killing some of the SCVs I could fight, and then immediately remembered how good Marines are. Now, on the high ground, it would have been better. Would it have been good? It would have been better. Where are the Zergs? I'm not dealing with barcode Protoss. We're not playing barcode Protoss. We don't know any barcode Protoss. At least that guy was on a barcode. Canceling the third. I just needed more gates as well. Like, the timings are weird because... So now you're front-loading your money because before you needed the 300 minerals when you warp in. Now you need the 300 minerals when you start your zealots on the gates, which is a different timing entirely. So you're paying up front as opposed to at the end of the cooldown. And that is probably the biggest adjustment to the basic rounds of production. All right, I give up on Protoss. I don't want to. Fuck. I'll play it. I'm not gonna just leave. But let it be known that Protoss versus Protoss is taking years off my life.
Minerals required.
What the fuck is this map? Old Sun Temple. I think I saw one game on this.
Required.
No, Warp Gate is still amazing, and is still something you want to get most of the time. The gateway production change is just a kind of a stopgap-ish. Are there even tubes? There's no tubes! How am I supposed to scout without tubes? I don't think you can just... What? I got the first hit. Yeah, fuck off. Wait, that has to be a Cybercore. No, Cybercore's so late.
Additional pylons required.
So we're gonna 4-gate.
Glory to the Daemon.
I think I need more gas, actually. So I can get the warp gates.
Where shall we march? Combat awaits. Najakar,
Technology researched.
it shall be done. We serve with pride.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
I am here in the shadows. State thy bidding.
Mind if I just come on up here, sir?
Where shall we march? Give us
Vespine gas. Quantity insufficient.
glory to the day. The Templar march. Najakar Mina. Faith before.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Do you have a dark shrine?
Glorious combat is upon us. Hordes alive.
Does it matter?
Forward to glory. To glorious battle.
Do you have a pylon in my base? Okay. So, just 4 gate. And with pylons no longer needing the gateway nearby, you can speed it up by a decent bit. You no longer need to risk one of your gates on the map either. Welcome back, 4 gate. That's the strategic variety I'm talking about. Crazy they release. So on YouTube, and thank you on YouTube. If you haven't liked and subscribed, now's a great time. I spent the first hour and a half breaking down all the changes, testing some of them. And my general thought is, what the fuck? Not that necessarily any of them in particular are too crazy, besides the worker start, and the larva change, and the warp gate change. But all of them together in this cornucopia of questionable fuckery with a full 2 days to test. Technically 2 business days. Less than 2 business days. One of the biggest changes. Yeah. Like, it's not so much that I don't like change. It's that changing random shit that... So we had 3 weeks of a patch that was bugged out. I need to stress this. Like, the first 3 weeks of the PTR, orbital commands gave 2 free supply, and overlords couldn't scout because they were too slow. So for 3 weeks of the PTR, we were testing things that are completely irrelevant now. Like early game Terran builds and Zerg scouting. And then we get the larva change, the overlords change, the orbital command is fixed, and 2 days later it's on the live server. And they changed it again. The larva change isn't as strong. Queens are back to 175. Hatchery is more, like... But, so the point is, the fact it's happening, I'm already in a strongly negative column, because even if the changes were somehow magically perfect, and all worked together and made for the most exciting game ever, that was random-ass chance, is what it was. I'll be happy, but, oh yeah, not only did we do all the changes, but an entirely new map pool. So, for like a month, it's going to be like, we're going to see so much strategic variety, because no one knows what the fuck they're doing. Like, is 8 pool good? Maybe if they don't scout on a 4-player map, of which there are 3 of them. Is Protoss unable to beat Terran? Maybe if they don't realize that Warp Gate is overrated. Like, So we're changing the maps, we're changing the core mechanics of both Protoss and to an extent Zerg, and we're changing the entire economy of the game. And I think it's, well, if any, the last patches were anything to go by, we won't hear from Blizzard again for 8+ months. So, my thoughts? Yeah, change. I think all of these people are pretty excited for it, though. I've seen a lot of excitement for the new gameplay. So... And again, for a month or two, we're going to have some exciting games. I feel like whoever makes these patches just hates Protoss. Yes, the last patch completely and utterly gutted Protoss. Which is why... Now... Which is... I'm not saying who's going to be good and who's going to be bad. Alright? I'm just saying the methodology is ridiculous. But, clearly Protoss was struggling. Because of the last 15 major tournaments, Hero has only won slightly more than half of them. Think they're setting up something for BlizzCon? I think they couldn't be bothered to fix a typo in the patch notes or explain things like arc slop. So I think we're setting up to have 15 minutes a day to work on StarCraft 2 during a lunch break in the bathroom. So this is the so in case you're wondering why Protoss might be a target of things, Hero has won more major tournaments than everyone else in the world combined. Since the last patch. And, well, he's getting the Serral treatment now a little bit. Do you think Hero's not representative of balance? Alright, let's get representative of balance. What does that mean? Where is my... They changed my Aligulac. So, this is Aligulac, which is the ranking site. This is a representation of how well each race is doing compared to the baseline. So with perfect balance, it should even out to 0. Like everybody does exactly how you expect. But green is Protoss, red is Zerg, and blue is Terran. So for the last... The patch happened... what was it? August, October? Something like that. So Protoss consistently does better than expected based on their rank. Which means they just continue to keep doing better as everything slides. The win rate right now of... I don't know why it looks like this. I don't know why. We've got like a new dark mode on it. Oh, look at all these stats. Crazy. Can we get a percentage here? What in the fucking stock market is? This is a new beta version. Pretty balanced. Hero. I feel like Hero's still gonna win. Alright, he might not win checks notes, everything, but now the problem is with Protoss, it's always been everyone else struggles too. Like if you gut Protoss, even if you gut Protoss on the highest level, there are so many... The warp gate mechanic itself has been a big reason why Protoss always feels like, oh, surprise, you lost. Because warp gate effectively negates defender's advantage. Because you have a warp prism or a proxy pylon, and suddenly their units are producing on the front line. Like that's their whole thing. And that is, I think, always been very hard to balance. Now, most of the success comes from after energy recharge was added to the game. And then nerfed, but still is good. And that, like, for example, in Protoss versus Zerg, that means instead of the Oracle having enough energy to harass or defend, with energy recharge, you reliably have enough energy to harass and defend. Or you have enough energy for, like, a stasis and to light up the Oracle to kill Zerglings or drones. Let alone a second Oracle. Before, there was kind of a dance of, like, do you build enough Zerglings to overwhelm the Oracle? Like, then they take a third base. Yes, it was still the same builds. It was just energy recharge is the only change. But energy recharge allowed Oracles to become the only unit you need to defend, as opposed to one of the key units to defend, which is a pretty significant difference, because if you need to build like 4 Adepts to take a third base, that delays it by 30 seconds or so. But now there's almost literally no point in trying to delay the third as Zerg because Oracles exist. And there's really no counter to it. Without committing part of your economy, aka Queens. Like... That's why most games are Oracles and Adepts kind of teleporting around and flying past everything until Zerg gets to lair tech, hopefully, as soon as possible, but with still a decent economy. Oh, that was quite a cute town.
Not enough minerals.
I was queuing that whole rant, too.
Quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
Not a good sign.
More minerals required.
I mean, yeah, 220. You know, dropping a patch on, like, Monday afternoon.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Maybe we'll go bully the Europeans. Fine. Not exactly where I wanted it. What could go wrong?
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Thank you, Michael.
Upgrade complete.
Not enough probes under attack. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
We got there. I don't know what that is. That is hilarious.
Not enough minerals.
I love it.
Give us your command.
Mineral quantity insufficient. required.
The Templar march
Hmm.
to glory. Pour Zala. Let none deter us. We are of one mind. The firstborn shall persevere. Where shall we march? Najakar.
Need not enough minerals.
Combat. Let your will. It shall be done. We serve with. Give us your command. Faith before fear.
Cannot warp there.
Glory to glorious combat is upon us. Give us your command. Let none deter us. Yes, exactly.
An omen.
Must be warped on Vespine Geyser.
Let us begin. Harmonized. You seek guidance?
Cannot warp there.
Hmm.
The threads of fate lie there.
Research.
Aurora shall see. How can I aid? An Aerodine. Ano? Let us begin. Our window is short. Interpret.
Wow.
You seek God.
I've never seen that. The dodge on the
Mineral quantity
Huh.
insufficient.
Glory to the Daemon.
Our faith, let us begin. An omen.
Where do our enemies lurk?
Must construct additional.
The first
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
I see.
Additional pylons.
faith before
Our window is short. We interpret.
we serve Najakar.
An Aerodine wash around.
Fire shall be glorious battle. Give us your command. Najakar, where shall we march? Let your will be heard.
We seek guidance. An Aerodine wash around.
To glory. Where shall we?
Cannot warp there.
We need our friend.
Hmm.
The enemy has destroyed us.
Must be placed in power field.
It is destined.
Must be placed. Cannot warp there.
We interpret.
Cannot Cannot warp there.
Glory to the Daemon.
Additional Vespine. It cannot. Cannot. Mineral quantity insufficient. I will come. Anan Orko. Paradakura. Cannot warp there.
The firstborn shall persevere. Yes, Executor.
Paradakura. We face the enemy. We face the
Mineral
enemy.
field exhausted. Cannot.
I never got +1.
Mineral cluster. Must be placed in power field. Stay tight. Cannot warp there. Mineral field exhausted. Cannot warp there. Insufficient. Must be placed in power field.
Let your will.
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade.
Glorious combat is upon us.
Cannot. Mineral cluster expanded. Army. Mineral field exhausted. Mineral field depleted. We are one.
Our minds are as one.
Research completed. Nexus point under enemy attack.
Un oracle.
Nexus point under enemy attack. Hero cannot warp there. Embrace the glory of battle. Ula Sadari. We embrace not enough energy. We are one with the shadows. Cannot warp there. Cold is the void. We embrace the glory of battle.
Un oracle.
We
are the light.
cluster expended.
Lucica.
Cannot. Mineral
I will comply.
cannot warp there.
Hola.
We are warp. Cannot warp there. Army upgraded. Insufficient Vespine gas. I am the heart.
My
Not possible. Army No, not possible. Cannot warp. No, not Nexus point under enemy attack. Here in the shadow. Let our enemy know our victory is gone. Mineral cluster.
our heart.
Justice has come.
We embrace.
King.
Cannot warp there. Addition cannot. Defeated. Cannot warp there.
King.
Cannot. Shadows.
My chum. comply.
Need mineral depleted.
Castle data.
Vespine geyser depleted. Additional mineral cluster.
Genetic matrix active.
Mineral field exhausted. Insufficient Vespine gas.
Castle data.
Must be placed in.
Castle data block.
Must be nexus point under enemy. Vespine geyser exhausted. Cannot warp there.
Genetic matrix active. Hola. Justice speak. My child. Un orkai atru.
Cannot warp. Mineral field exhausted. Must be placed.
Castle data block. Un orkai atru.
Command upgrade completed. Must be placed in power field. Yes. Insufficient.
Castle data block.
Cannot warp there.
The Golden Armada await.
Cannot warp there.
Avenged un orkai. Direct my vengeance.
Mineral field cannot. No, not possible.
We stand as one. My meditation is over.
Not possible. Supply.
Castle data block.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Na adan atu.
Mineral field exhausted. Nexus point under enemy attack.
Hola. We shall
No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
what guidance.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached.
Strength. We are the light of the power. And
field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Vespine geyser exhausted. Mineral field exhausted. Cannot. No. Assaulting probes. No. Cannot. We embrace the glory of battle.
We are the light. We are power.
Additional Vespine gas required. Sufficient energy. We embrace the glory of the battle. Mineral cluster. Cannot. Additional. Cannot warp there.
Oracle perceiving.
Olak Natal.
Exhausted.
My charge.
No. I made the mistake of attacking
An omen.
with anything but charge lots a couple times, which dragged it out, but...
Direct my vengeance.
The army's just like... Zerg still has nothing to deal with Sky Toss. If you commit to anything on Lair Tech, you're going to be behind going into the 4 bases. That's just the simple fact. But also, there's no moving out. Like, we're making... Mothership. Like, Motherships are actually quite good against Corruptor. The Mothership was doing a lot more than I thought against the Corruptors directly, which was upsetting. I thought like 6 Corruptors would kill a Mothership, because that's 600 gas from the Zerg. Nope. Well, I guess if there's anything underneath. Probably on the open field, maybe?
Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
Alright. Yeah, every Zerg feels like that
Insufficient.
after a particularly, Oh, it's gonna be an 8 pool.
Not enough minerals.
Why you pick?
More minerals required.
Let's hatch first. What is that hatch timing? The fuck? Oh. Thinks I'm cannon rushing. Or going 3 hedge. Either way. Sus. I don't have enough for warp gate, unfortunately, but there it is.
My meditation. Cannot warp there. We stand as one. Na Adan Atu. For our tanks. By
The
your will.
firstborn shall persevere.
Misting gas. Ula Sadar.
We serve with pride.
We are the blades.
Combat.
Justice be done.
Yes,
Command.
where shall we? Najakar, give us your command. Ire. Yes, execute. Let your ire shall glory to the Daylon. It shall we serve with pride.
That was a bit of a mistake.
Your firstborn shall persevere. Najakar Mina. Forward. Let none be. We serve with pride.
Insufficient energy.
Combat awaits. Let your will be heard. Where shall we march?
Research completed.
Yes, Executor.
Cannot warp there.
Faith. Glory to the Daylon. Ire shall be reclaimed. It shall be. Give us your command. Najakar Mina. The firstborn shall persevere. We serve ire. Yes, combat awaits. Where shall we march? Combat is a part of
Enemy attack.
eradication. Glory to the Daylon. We give us your command. The Templar. Najakar Mina. The firstborn shall persevere. Let your will be heard. Where shall we march? Give us combat awaits. Faith.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
The Templar.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
Najakar
Assault
Mina.
additions. Vespene gas required.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Cannot warp there.
Glorious combat upon the Daylon. Let your where shall I have met the enemy. I am the will of the hierarch. Let none. Najakar Mina. Faith.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
It shall be done. Let none deter us. To glory.
We stand as
Where shall ire shall be reclaimed. Let your will be heard. Pores alive. Let your will be heard. Yes, Executor. The Templar. March. Faith or fear. It shall be done. Forward. Glory to the Daylon. We are of one combat awaits. Combat awaits. To glory. Where shall we march? Najakar Mina. Glorious combat is upon us. Give us your... I have met the enemy. The firstborn shall persevere. Where shall we march? Yes, Executor? It shall be done. To glory. Faith. Glorious combat is upon us. Let none deter us. We are Najakar Mina. Let your will be heard. Forward. The Templar. Glory to the Daylon. Give us your command. Ire shall be reclaimed. Ire. To glory. Let none deter us. The firstborn shall persevere. Hordes aloft. It shall be done. We are of one mind.
Mineral field depleted.
Naja. Glory to the Daylon. Eradication. Forward. Glorious. The firstborn shall persevere. Give us where we succumb. Yes, Executor. Glory to the Daylon. Faith, ire. Let your will, ire. Najakar,
Probes
Nina.
under attack.
I have met the enemy.
Dimensional strings attuned.
The firstborn shall Glorious combat is upon us. Let none deter us. Forward! Yusika.
Additional pylons required. Cannot work.
The enemy has discovered us.
Under construct additional pylons.
Najakar. Where shall we march?
I see.
Mineral cluster expended.
Dimensional strings.
Here in the shadow.
You seek guidance?
Ire.
Cannot walk there.
How can I aid you? Let us begin.
I am here in the shadow. Cannot walk there.
dimensional strings attuned. I see. We interpret. Our fates are one. You seek guidance? Harmonized. Now,
Additional pylons.
the threads of fate lie bare. An Aerodine. Our window is short.
Cannot warp there.
Extrapolating strings.
The firstborn shall
Oracle perceiving. It is just. Let us begin. Our fates are one. Harmonize.
Cannot warp there. Not enough minerals. Vespine geyser required. Mineral point. Army upgraded. Mineral. Mineral field exhausted.
combat awaits.
I am the voice. Cannot warp. Nexus point technology.
Data block.
Cannot.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
We await.
Blades of iron. Inadequate supply. Pylons in. Twilight for fire.
As you seek guidance,
Insufficient. Cannot meet.
Assault data block. Our
Enemy
mind
Nexus point under enemy attack.
we await.
Cannot addition. Upgrade completed. Thruster expended.
We are the
Research completed. Cannot. Mineral field exhausted.
command. Adon
Cannot. Additional Vespene gas required. Cannot warp there. Must be free. Cannot warp. Need more.
data clock.
Our window is short. Now with time.
More minerals required.
We see.
Not enough. More cannot warp there.
The threats of winter lie there.
Data clock. We stand as
Quantity insufficient.
our mind. We mineral our light of the power.
We. Mineral field depleted.
We shall stand. Uno, we. My meditation is over.
An Eridine wash.
Justice be ordered, Shisa.
I am the
My charge.
not enough.
We embrace.
Mineral field exhausted.
We need food.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Insufficient.
Our minds are keen.
Reinforcing silence.
Cannot. More minerals required.
Cassol de Templar. Justice. Seek and we are free. We shall stand.
Depleted. Enough energy. Additional. Need more steam gas. Expended. Hopes under attack.
We embrace the glorious battle.
The threads of fate lie there.
Or we
Cannot warp.
by Cassol de Templar.
Upgrade completed.
Our minds are as one.
Cannot warp there. Protoss forces now in combat.
We return.
Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Must be placed in power field.
What are my upgrades?
Assault data sufficient.
Cannot warp there.
So close yet so far. I had it. I threw it. Also, not dealing with the gold was a big deal. And now we're finally dealing with the lag spikes again. What a throw. The gold was important. I should have just won with the gates. Shouldn't get away with the 3. Oh, because I keep forgetting to hotkey the gates. So up until yesterday, warp gates automatically open up. Now you have to press a button. Like, oh, Protoss trying so hard now, but it is a big thing to remember that if you want warp gates, you have to actually press the button again. It's less like a strain on the APM and more remembering after 10 years of not having to do that. Yeah, it was well played. But there was plenty of opportunity to just push for the win, and I didn't. Also, it appears the lag spikes have found me again. I switched to a different... Maybe I need to just switch to another account. Because I was lagging, if you were here at the start, so quite a bit ago, there were insane lag spikes. Like, literally stream-killing lag spikes. But only when I'm on StarCraft 2. And it happened 3-4 games in a row. And I'm like, what could it possibly be? Change VPNs, like, check, reset the internet. And then I switched to a different SC2 account. No issues. For hours.
Quantity insufficient.
But, and now it's starting up again. Gotta just dodge it, alright? I have no idea. It's specifically, obviously it's specifically after the patch. But I don't know why. It's only with SC2 open. Or playing a game. It was fine until I played a multiplayer game. It's super weird, but that was the only variable. I need to see if he's actually building. Alright, he's got 6 links, so we need to wall off.
Under attack. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Let your will be heard. Forward! Let none deter us. Combat awaits. We are of one mind. Yes, Executor. Glory to the Daylong.
Must be placed in our field.
To glory. It shall... Ire shall be reclaimed. We serve with pride. Combat awaits. Hordes alive. The Templar, march. Give us your command. We are of one mind.
Shouldn't have traded that. And by traded, I mean lost it, but... That was dumb.
Najak, let's...
I think we might just need the battery.
More minerals required. Cannot warp there.
Just in case. So I saw a bunch more lings.
Dimensional strings attuned. Our window is short.
Where shall we march?
Let us begin. Our fates are one. Na-Zuk-Tai. We interpret. The threads of fate lie there. Perceiving. Extrapolating strings.
Protoss forces now in combat.
Harmonized. The stars an Erodim. Our window is shut. An omen. You seek guidance? How can I aid you?
Najakar. I have
Nexus
met.
points under enemy attack.
The threads of fate lie there. It is destined. Let it go. An Erodim Rashagal.
The firstborn shall persevere.
You seek guidance? How can I aid you? Dimensional strings attuned.
Nexus point under enemy assaulted.
Our window is short.
Glory to the Daylong.
We meet our fate.
Cannot warp there.
Ire shall.
Our window is short.
Additional pylons required.
You seek guidance? An Erodim Rashagal. The enemy has discovered us. I see. The threads.
Inadequate supply. Oils inefficient.
Na-Zuk-Tai. We meet our fate. Harmonized. It is destined.
Additional pylons.
An omen. Let us begin. An omen. The threads of fate. Our window is short. The enemy has destroyed us. Harmonized. Extrapolating.
Mineral field depleted. Army upgraded.
I see. Our fates are one.
Genetic matrix.
Insufficient.
My meditation.
Upgrade completed. Technology mineral field exhausted. Cannot warp there. Mineral quantity insufficient. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Additional pylons. We cannot warp there.
Hassan de Templar.
Ula. Orin Shisa. Must construct.
Genetic matrix active.
We stand as additional Vespine gas required.
Hassan de Templar.
Need more Vespine gas. Probes under attack. Not enough. Research completed. By your will. La Adam. Command me.
Hassan de Templar.
Army upgraded. Cannot warp. Pylon under assault. Nexus point.
My charge.
Psi web established.
Hassan.
Thank you.
Complete.
I just don't into it.
Reinforcing Psi web.
Insufficient.
Hassan de Templar.
must be placed in power field. Additional pylons required. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Cluster expended. Mineral field must construct. Cannot warp there.
Kassam data clock.
Cannot warp. Mineral field exhausted. Cannot warp there.
We are our. We are Nigel.
Enemy assaulting probes.
Un orkai at we.
We await.
Kassam
Must be placed.
we seek.
Cyware destroyed.
Mineral cluster expended. Cannot warp there. More minerals required.
Direct.
Quantity insufficient.
We
Cyware destroyed.
Nexus points under enemy. Mineral field
against the darkness.
must be placed in power field. Mineral
Dimensional strain attuned.
Nexus point under enemy attack. Probes under attack.
We await. Direct us.
Amazing.
Minds are as
Must be placed. More minerals required.
Oracle persists.
Inadequate supply. Not enough minerals.
Guide us.
we are justice be done. We
Cyware is
might
an team.
command. Our meditation is over. On planet.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
You seek guidance.
Mineral cluster.
Orange is sound. We stand.
I will assure
We shall stand
exhausted.
against the darkness.
Jesus Christ.
Mineral field depleted.
I don't know why it's like this and why it started spontaneously, but do not love.
guide us.
Data clock.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
I can't fucking play. I mean, I'm Protoss, so
Cyware.
Must be
it's not as bad as it could be.
field.
Data clock.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
I can't tell what's going on. The lag is way too much. I joke, but like at the same time, it's way too much.
Vespine geyser depleted. Cannot warp there. You require
Why are you lagging? I did it on the other account. I didn't have lag for 4 hours, and now I'm lagging again. It's only SC2. It's only with the new patch.
mineral cluster expended. Cannot.
Incredible.
My charm data block.
Must be placed in. More minerals required. Need more.
Castle data block.
It's gonna be brood lords.
My charm. We are a light of the color. My charm.
Additional Vespine gas.
I am here in the Castle data block. We are focused. I will comply. Castle data block.
Must be placed in pirate. Upgrade completed. Mineral quantity insufficient. Vespine gas.
It shall be. State them. You require.
Justice be done.
I haven't been able to do any charge lot counters, so he can just set up attack after attack. Oh, it's because there's rocks over there. All right. Let's see.
Not enough minerals.
Honor guides me.
I am the
Wound. Castle data block. We shall
Additional Vespine gas required.
data block.
Vespine geyser. My light for hire.
Wound or a glorious battle. Our minds.
Yeah, this is unfucking playable. Obviously. I'm not even connected to the server. Let's see if I switch accounts, if it'll fix it again. And ruining the stream, of course. Not that anyone wants to watch this. It's not even connecting. Like, I can't log in. Wow. Alright, we try a different account. Just play random. I'm gonna take it out. Like, it wasn't going incredible, but the amount of... It's not just the fucking up the micro. It's the constant tilting because of it. Yeah, it's an excuse, but when I'm trying to line up a storm and the game lags for half a second, like... It does not spark joy. His stats is toss? No. I played Zerg up until I died to Sky Toss. And then I played some Terran. And I couldn't find any Zerg, which was weird. And then I've been playing Protoss. I'm all over the place. Mostly I was raging because of the lag, though. Which I have no idea why, and it's tied to StarCraft 2 somehow. They're all in GM, all Zergs? Yeah, I'm sure. It's just that easy. I'd love to see, like, I'm down... Hey, we're doing Angry Coach tomorrow, guys. I guess I've given up on casting the, well, if it keeps lagging like that. Well, I was gonna cast the AoE 2 finals now that they're completed. Go play Europe, maybe. I'll try Europe. I'm gonna restart. I can just play Europe and see. I don't think that's relevant. SC2 is not responding. Amazing. Yeah. Seems about right, though. I have no idea. It's updating, it says. So, too many people are excited about the patch and flooding the servers? I'm sure. I'm sure that's it. I'd love if that was it. Do I need to bring out the... the image again? This is not the end of this... I wonder if anyone else... I saw some people saying they had the issue and some people didn't. And some were on it. Then again, I didn't have it for hours. So... Well, we're stuck with it now. I feel about the early game, which is like the boring part being made slower. I don't know why people are making such a big deal. It's just like 30 or 40 seconds to get back, like... When you've got that early game. Sitting there for 30 seconds isn't that bad, right? Like, it's just every single game doing 30 more seconds. So, it gives people time to remember what their build is, or whatever fucking excuse that was. I am always highly amused at the idea that getting some time to warm up is that important. You know, I get it, but it's not like people are going to remember their build any better. The idea of the game not ramping up as quickly, okay. But I can kind of get behind that. But it's not going to change too much of the early... In fact, the early game is even more turtly. I'm trying to log into Europe. It's just not having it. I think we got there. Alright. Alright. We'll give it a shot. I'm 47. It helps me. It's definitely going to help. It's going to feel different to the people who haven't played in 10 years and have no basis for comparison, but the placebo effect is strong, alright? Like, despite the fact we had all these arguments about economy and timings and all that literally 11 years ago when Legacy of the Void came out and we increased the starting worker count from 6 to 12. Yeah, that didn't do shit. It's the same. Somehow, it's the same. Maybe it's a firewall issue. But then why would it have been fixed at sometimes? Like, why did it work and now isn't? How would it be firewall? Because every time the game updates, it's a different version. And it asks to go through the firewall. I'm gonna try running as fucking admin. Which it should already be. Look at me, I'm the admin now. But, it either stops everything or not? Yes, that's how firewalls work. Like fucking keeping Mongolians out. I also have to wait for it to update again every time. Maybe I should play the PTR and see if they're... I don't think the European server is flooded right now. Versus AI, we already did. It doesn't lag. Well, it did lag after I started lagging, but it doesn't lag if it's the first thing I do. Of course, Twitch chat troubleshooting is always the ideal methodology. Why can't things just go smooth? I gotta sound like 4 hours in. I don't even know now, because now everybody, I didn't even check if all the replays are broken. Because Uthermal sent me all the 2v2 replays literally yesterday. And there's not a small chance that you just can't play replays from the last patch. They have not been diligent about backwards compatibility. It's almost random whether patches have that backwards compatibility or not. Or so it feels. Because playing earlier on NA, yeah, works on my machine. I haven't tried it off stream because I rushed to stream actually on time for once. Now that I saw this disaster piece is happening. So I am on Europe, which should get... The thing is, when you have smooth ping, it's usually just like 150 or so. But not spiky.
You have not enough minerals.
Let's see if I can watch replays.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
We'll test that one. Probably nothing you're doing. Then why did it fix when I switched accounts before? Maybe I just need to keep switching accounts until I find one that... Alright. I don't have that many. But we've got one or two more. The game's free, alright? You can just make a new one. What do you think are the chances of Blizzard making a StarCraft 3? I'd settle for them making StarCraft 2. You're like, but it's already made. They just need to maintain it. Did I stutter? Is the stream dropping frames? Yep, it is. Which is the real conundrum. It's not just the game lagging, it's network. We tested it, so I had the lag, and then I just turned StarCraft 2 off and sat and ranted for 5 minutes, and there were no issues. So.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
This is how I like to spend my time. It's fucked. I don't know. I'll have to try it off stream. Let's try a replay. See if I can find anything from the new patch. I think it's Gremlins. I hope so. Anything stupid? Again, the real fucking confusing part for me is that it worked fine on a different account for hours. And then it just started up again. Like, if it had just been like this the whole time, like consistently bad, okay, that's an issue that's continuing. But it's clearly an issue that only applies sometimes, which is more fun to solve, right? It does appear, at least, we do have old replays working. So, we did get that done, which is good. I'm going to use SC2 replay stats to pull the highest level replay that anyone has played on this patch. And it better not be me, because it requires people to upload them. So, that'll be very disappointed if it is. So, that people have uploaded and see what they're doing. Alright, that's what we're doing. We're looking at replays. Replays should work. Let's see. Minimum MMR. Can we get 5,000? It's Hubsaya played against... Oh, sort of. Versus Tristan. There's me. Alright, here we are. Do sort of. Sort of okay. 400 Zerglings in a 12-minute game, I'm noticing there. So that's something. Let's take a look. Let's see what the actually good players are doing. Here on the new patch. Actually, let's look at the specific build here. 16 full. $17 hatch. No gas. Maybe gas after this. Yeah. Okay, interesting, interesting. The stream is lagging, but I'm not in game. The plot thickens. Because it's a local replay, so it would be very upsetting if it lagged. Exciting.
Queen birth successful.
Why is that so loud? Oh my god. If you restart your PC, that's what's gonna happen. Believe it or not, I didn't want to do that mid-stream. And it started working again. I'm gonna stop complaining about it. If it props up again, we're just done for today. And we're probably done in a replay or two anyway. I don't know what I'm gonna do when it comes to the new patch. I don't know. Like, the last video I made on the updates was like 3 days ago, because that's when they updated the PTR. People are gonna be so fucking confused. I'm one of those. So it's on the live server. So all those times I told you we don't know when it's coming to live. Well, it's there now. All right. Did I expect it to be the next business day after I said that? Absolutely not. It lags on replay. I'm not lagging in-game, but the network is lagging, which is odd. I'm still connected to SC2. It's just the replay is local. So if I did entirely offline, I wonder if it would happen. But I will. That's an offline thing. I'll fucking figure it out. It's good. At least replays work. What is this? Why are there just 6? Why are the boys here? What? What am I watching? There's just a bunch of Marines. This is like mid Grandmaster to high Grandmaster Europe. Like, actually good players.
Swarm forces under attack.
Swarm
forces under attack. Queen birth success. Swarm forces under attack.
What? I don't understand. Just trying to hit a timing before there's too many lings, but sort of only has 36 drones, so it kind of worked, but now he's just going to build so many. And the double NG Bay timing is so late. It's just going to get run over. Right? Like, you can't do shit now. Yada yada. Drones, Baneling Nest, Lair. Well, the boys actually boxed out enough for the Marines to get some damage. He wanted to do a... So, if you got a bit greedy, like you got 50 drones or so instead of 40, then he may have just died or taken critical damage, but it's still quite a gamble. 66 drones, exactly. Free base saturation.
Sequences.
Was he hotkeying his creep tumors? No. Alright, hasn't yet added that in.
Swarm forces under attack.
Okay. Run in faster. No Bane speed! Well, that's a mistake. But... Or is it a challenge? I don't know. He knows he doesn't have Bane speed, right? I assume. Does he care? Maybe not. Those injects, though.
Swarm forces under attack.
There's Bane speed, Hydroden. I like the little funnel. I'm not sure if that actually works, but... Yeah, well... Oof.
Evolution complete.
So he's super dead. This is... Yep, that's a win. We're gonna play it out a little. Microbial Shroud, but... So here's the thing. Microbial Shroud costs more than Fungal. And they could just walk away. If you can force it... Like, ideally you have both. But,
Tumor under attack. Mineral. Creep tumor under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Swarm has evolved. Mineral field exhausted.
and there you go. That classic Hydra.
Swarm forces under attack.
No, the larva boost is pretty huge. It's just Zerg's still going to struggle in the late game. They're stronger in the mid game. It's going to force more turtling, but it won't necessarily help Zerg do early aggression. But mid game aggression is going to be way stronger. So Zerg is going to peak right between like 100 and 200 supply. More like 150 to 200. And before that, they're marginally better, and after that, they're the same. Arguably worse? Well, Protoss got nothing, so they're actually worse off. But, the Ghost is arguably better in some cases, but alright. Yeah, I don't know what that early game was, but strong execution. Odd choice, but I think, well, we're just gonna run it down. Gonna close the game and see if I lag at all while ranting. This is partially a test to see if it's gonna lag after I completely close StarCraft, which I haven't actually been able to close the game. It keeps crashing. Like, hanging into not responding, which is not a good sign. I might have to reinstall it if that actually helps. Yeah, that is concerning. Anyways. Well, one last look at the patch that is now live for all the people to play with. Well, for 80. Exciting is a word you can use. So, I'm not going to go a single time. It'd be irresponsible for me to say, or go without saying. My main issue is less the actual patch notes and more the severe. Let me know if there are any obvious lag spikes while we run this down. Give it a minute or so, and then. I'm making sure there's nothing in Task Manager. Because sometimes StarCraft 2 still has a process hanging out after you kill it, if it crashes, so. Which is fun. Alright. But the main issue being, we had a PTR with a bunch of big notes. Stop blaming SC2? Alright. I mean, other people have had issues with the new day as well. Not many, but distinctly more than none. I'm gonna play Chivalry for an hour after this and see if it's really my PCISP. Because I need to hack something in half. But this will be the end of the stream on YouTube after I run this down. So, probably less than an hour. Yes. So, here's the timeline. 3 weeks ago, something like that, May 28th, we get the patch notes. The original patch notes. With the changes to the workers and a bunch of other stuff. So there was an issue here. The issue was there were game-changing bugs. One, the orbital command provided 2 additional supply the moment you clicked it, because it wasn't included in the command center having a different supply count. So that kind of gave a incorrect impression of every early game build for Terran. 2, the Overlord was so slow it was effectively useless for scouting. So that lasted 3 weeks. We had 3 weeks of testing that, despite those issues. And then, all right, lo and behold, we get an update. 4 days ago, well, going on 5 now, where we changed the larva spawn rate, the queen cost, overlord speed, fixed those bugs, changed warp gate again. All right, so big changes, big changes. So if the last one with those changes had 3 weeks, and then boom, today. Wait, no, boom. 3 days later. 4 days, 2 business days. New map pool. New entire economy with 8 workers instead of 12. In changes to the core mechanics of Zerg and Protoss, both larva and warp gate. Boom. All right. Your testing has concluded. Thank you. Congratulations. You've got a new patch. So, now the last time, you might be like, well, what happened last time? So, this is the big concern. If we go back, we look at the PTR. Here. The same thing. 5.0.15, last September. We had the PTR. We had the update, patch notes, and that's it. All right, and then we had a hotfix 1 week later, and radio silence until, surprise, new patch. So that is what, 7 months, over 7 months of literally no information, and then bam, another patch. And it's not, well, my favorite part of the first patch notes were the details here, as in out of nowhere, with no prefacing and no, This was the first intern patch. No description at all. Just launches right in. All right? Raw dogging your way into the patch notes. Like, okay. And written like you should know what's going on. Like, centrifugal hooks give plus 5 HP again. Wait, what do you mean again? Well, if you didn't know, like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, with the balance counts of 3, at some amount of time ago, we removed that plus 5 HP bonus from the Baneling when you get Baneling speed. Now, this is written like someone who knew that. Yes, we're not blaming StarCraft 2 anymore. It's chopping. I'm looking for any excuses. Yeah. And you know what? It's probably good if it's not StarCraft 2 then. But I'll have to test it, and it'll probably fuck up again the moment I start the stream. But anyways, so Microbial Shroud is now dark. So this happened. Literally no explanation at all. I said this at the time, like, I'm kind of interested in the changes, but I am concerned how there is literally no explanation. We're just slapping those out there. And then the update. We've changed it again. And even formatted it nicely this time. And then we're happy to bring the patch live. Thank you for the valuable feedback, such as it is. Ta-da! And then the hotfix was like, boom, Storm nerf. Boom, Broodlord nerf. Boom, Ghost buff. And I feel like there's a 90% chance we're going to have something like that in a week. Zerg is going to dominate. Protoss is going to be kind of meh against Terran. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if we get... Larva's actually 10 seconds. Psystorm does 110 damage again. And the Ghost is 2 supply, and it has 125 HP. Like... This was, and then we just left it. There is precedent for pretty significant changes and then just leaving it. So that is why, after 2 days of testing, 3 days technically, because weekend, having this happen is very concerning. Is it now? I admit to a different perspective. As someone who's actually played and followed the game for all of the years, as opposed to not, StarCraft 2 is a continuation. This is concerning because there's a real chance that it makes the game worse. And just because the issue we were having is that some matchups, specifically Zerg matchups, but matchups in general, just really stale. Get really stale. Like, you see the same thing over and over again. And there's not a lot of strategic variety. But... So we're going to get a ton of strategic variety because we're changing all the maps, the economy, and core mechanics for multiple races. So for a couple months, we're going to get that strategic variety. My only concern is what happens after those couple months. Like, why did Storm get nerfed again? Was it too strong? Arguably, yes. I think that's the admission that late game against Zerg, it's really strong. And it still is, but it used to be too. But I don't even want to talk about the specific changes because they're here. And we're just going to have to see how it goes. Ideally, now this would be my ideal. Is one, we have 5 maps with the 8 worker start and 4 maps with the 12 worker start. So we don't change every single map at once. And that way we can test whether the changes and the new strategies and such are related to the worker start, the maps, like, there's so many balls in the air. And they are going to be impossible to point out. Like Zerg is going to look really strong in the mid game, but is that because the other races can't build defenses as early? Is it because the larva is too much? Like, is it because of the carapace upgrade being cheaper? Is it a combination? Maybe. We get 3 months of variety, then we're back to business. Is that really so bad? 3 months is really pushing it. Pro gamers, I'd be surprised if it takes more than a month to really settle in. It's not Wings of Liberty. We're not figuring out the entire game. They will figure out the specific strategy that's good. And there will be a the changing the starting worker count does not change the tree of options from that worker count. Things like Warp Gate nerf do, to be fair. But it just opens up maybe a bit more flexibility in the early game, and I'm not even convinced of that, but you know what? Worthy of giving it a shot. So most of this hinges, for me, on whether or not we literally get any sort of other changes by the end of the year. You're like, but that's 6 months away. It's already June. Fun fact, it's almost July. And yes, I know what I said. I would be in favor as a content creator who loves the clickbait, because it works and people keep clicking on it. It's not like I think it's the epitome of intelligence to make a title and call it illegal, but guess what? More people click on that and watch longer. And that's not on me, all right? That's a societal problem. Where's my example? So, here's your reference, by the way, in case you're wondering on that side. I guess you could find a microcosm. So yeah, of course. Of course. I'd love changes. But it's already pretty rough that whenever you see all but like a few players, you already know it's a spoiler them existing in the game. There's not a lot of upset potential. And when there is, it's mostly in mirror matchups, which is not ideal. But I don't know. I'm opening up too many different directions. But just like this patch, all right? If you're like, what are you even talking about? Just like this patch. Like, what are you even talking about? Neural Parasite Builder SCVs? Warp Gates? I suggest you actually play it. I would like people to play. So, you know, if people are interested in playing, that's a win. And there are more people interested in this than in any of the patches. Probably most of the patches in the last 5 years combined. So I really hope it works out. I really hope. It'll be interesting. I want to get these numbers, like... Oh, I don't have it loaded up, but I'll play with my hand. I gotta get it above 20%. And now here's the thing. I'm part of the problem, because as a content creator, I have no interest in showing you all the boring games or the parts I skip through that people don't watch anyway, just to prove a point. Because people might watch one video, but then when people are watching less of the videos, YouTube will stop pushing them to all the people with that clickbait attention span, and that's a downward spiral of essentially cannibalizing your own audience to the point that nobody's that interested anymore. Hey, Ron, how you doing? So we're wrapping up here as we're wrapping up the new StarCraft 2 patch, which was spontaneously graced upon us yesterday. So the arc slop change is the firing angle of a unit, is the best explanation I've seen. Like how much a unit has to completely turn in order to fire at a target. And this is relevant with mutas because they're an air unit with high acceleration. So if you have to turn more, and the turn time of a unit is not very long. It's very short, but it makes it more microable. and it reduces the chances the muta will slow more. And so this makes them more microable, effectively. Same thing with mutaglaves now prioritizing targets, which means that instead of, like, if there's a marine, 2 marauders and 2 more marines all next to each other, it'll bounce to the marines, which is pretty cool. I mean, they have to be within a certain range still, but it is a quite a useful feature. So now, of course, the mutas have to be alive and not die. I know that sounds obvious, but the main issue with mutas is less their functionality like this and more the fact that there's incredibly hard counters. Why not just call it firing arc? Because it's not. It's tied to, like, how the unit... Also, you can't expect the multi-billion-dollar company to spend any time explaining a term that clearly 99.99% of people don't understand, because it's very likely that the intern didn't either. So, do you think there's anyone actually working there that knows how to use the editor in any sort of meaningful fashion? I would love to be surprised. I don't know. It's mostly passed on through map editors and modders that do the changes. That are agreed upon by... I don't know. Now, that's part of the issue. And the fact that this drops, like, next weekend is the biggest tournament of the next few months. Maestros of the game. Playoffs. The entire tournament up till the top 4 has been played on the last patch. Now, Blizzard historically has coordinated patches to be after major tournaments. Especially, like, not being in the middle of them, because that's kind of a competitive issue, potentially. But on the bright side, Cyril's in it, so since he was going to probably win anyways because Clem got knocked out by Hero, it probably won't change the result. I don't know. But how's it going to look? We'll see. I think the best time would have been Home Story Cup, which is next weekend, like 2 weeks from now. Either way, it will be at Home Story Cup. And I'm sure the players will have some very strong feelings. Oh, I guarantee you, there will be some incredibly strong feelings. And that doesn't mean they're right, or they're coming at it from the same perspective, but you will certainly get plenty of opinions, and it's important to listen to them, either way. If the tournament will never be played on a new patch, it's more the fact that the organizers of the tournament didn't even know there was going to be a patch. Like, I could see saying, okay, we're going to have a patch at XYZ, but, like, not even the people putting on the tournament had any sort of heads up. So, which is not great. So, I've been saying since the start of these patches, we're desperate for more than, like, one sentence of information in any sort of communication. And that would be the biggest patch change from me. Even if I disagreed, at least I would know that I'm disagreeing with someone. But is the patch live? If I queue, will be a new patch? Yes. It is on the live server right now. I think it's all the servers now. There's always tournaments. They always have to patch sometime. Yes, but, like, it is the biggest tournament in months. They could have waited a week, and it would have not been an issue. Now the organizers are debating setting up mods. Somewhat ironically, the players might play SC Evo. You can't not play on the patch, because that breaks things. you will have to use an extension mod, which actually makes the... So we use extension mods in StarCraft 2. That's how you get those fancy battle reports and the cool, like, worker counts and stuff. That's an extension mod over the top of the default game. And that's how you get all that production quality. So, in order to go to the old patch, somebody needs to make an extension mod with the changes of the old patch, and then potentially add all of that stuff. Option 2 is play SC Evo. Now, you might be like, SC Evo? Like that StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2? Yes. But they have decided they are not changing. StarCraft 2 will remain as it was in the previous patch. 12 workers start, they're not changing the whole SC Evo. They've already set it up. But in StarCraft Evo, you can play StarCraft 2 versus StarCraft 2. So, somewhat amusingly, the mod that is StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2 intentionally may be the best way to play the old patch. It won't have the accoutrements and all that fancy stuff, but it is probably the most reliable way for people to play the old patch for the near future, if they are so inclined or if they're tournament organizers. So, there's a chance that they'll have them playing StarCraft Evo, despite just playing SC2. Like, and kind of the philosophy with the StarCraft Evo mod has been they changed the StarCraft 1 units because the StarCraft 2 units are the baseline game. Which is only they're only breaking from now. So that means they didn't really change the StarCraft 2 stuff. Only the StarCraft 1, thus leaving StarCraft 2 intact. Somewhat amusingly. But my general actual feeling, I know this sort of shit is important, and also not nearly as cool as whining about what's broken and imbalanced. I think Protoss is in a really rough spot against Terran. I think they're mostly fine against Zerg. I might be underestimating the power of the larva spawn, but like the main issues for Zerg are still the fact that oracles exist, and so do adepts. And the timings might be off, but turtling the sky toss is still very good. And Protoss, statistically, Protoss versus Zerg was more Protoss favored than Protoss versus Terran. Or Terran versus Zerg. Both of which were favored for Protoss and Terran. So, we'll see. Will it be more boring? Probably. But it certainly won't open up any sort of early aggression options. That definitely won't. Maybe 8 pool will win once again, but Protoss versus Terran, though, the lack of warp gate, needing any more gas to get to the same place you were before, is really rough. Like, it is a lot harder to get, because you have less workers to start. It's a lot harder to get your gas in a timely fashion and expand and have enough units to defend against potential early aggression. So, we'll see. Terran, I haven't played much. It kind of plays the same. I mean, the only change is to the Ghost, right? The medevac stuff is fun, but the Ghost nerf is not really that much of a nerf, if at all. And I think it's going to be a little harder. They're encouraged to turtle as well. Meanwhile, Zerg is definitely stronger. The late game is still rough, but Microbial Shroud is very good, but the issue of it costing Infestor energy is still the main one. I think changing Larva is absolutely insane. Like, the baseline Larva is just wild. I think it, especially after the updates, is probably more of a change, even with the nerfed amount, than the Warp Gate change. Except it's just a straight up buff. So, we'll see. And Zerg has already been crushing it in the 2 days. But note, by the way, the Queen buff did not go through. And the hatchery is now... So the hatchery is up to 300, and the queen is 175. So that does slow down the early game some, counteracting some of the benefit of larva early. That's why I say the strength is in the early mid game. Like, the strength is after you get 3 bases, not the super early aggression. Because you still have a lot of infrastructure investment you need to get to that point. And it doesn't really pay off until a little later on. So, do they affect co-op? I don't think so. It shouldn't. I don't think any of these this is just multiplayer. The mode that everyone likes to watch. Co-op should be completely different. An extra drone for every 9 or 10 drones? Yes, but if one drone is that much quicker than the next one and the next one, and the timings of... I can't stress. So larva, it's not just drones. It's your command center and your barracks in one. That is why larva is so important. It's literally having a combo command center barracks. And having any of that quicker is a big deal. Like 1.2 seconds. That's over 10%. So I think putting the numbers like in the integers of seconds. Faster overlord timing. No, the overlord is nerfed. It's just buffed from the sloverlord that was ridiculous in the last PTR, but it's actually slower than it was. Unless you're talking about the larva, in which case, not necessarily on the faster overlord timing on that, but just generally across the board, it is a huge deal, and it snowballs from the very start of the game, which is why it's so insane to just throw that in and 3 days later everybody's playing with it. But the problem is most of the math is going to be like, oh, you get 3 more drones in 2 minutes, which is still crazy, by the way. But it doesn't sound like a big deal. It's a huge deal. And I'm sure Sarah will make it very obvious in case it isn't. So, yeah, Zerg definitely gets the best end of it. Protoss is in a weird spot, especially against Terran. Terrans can kind of just keep doing the same thing they've been doing for 16 years, which is making Marines tanks and eventually ghosts and then complaining about Zerg and Protoss. And we'll see where we are. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for struggling through the technical difficulties with me. I hope it's a me problem, because it'd be super annoying if it wasn't. But we'll see. And well, good luck, have fun. At least download it, I guess. Let me know if it lags. Thank you for watching. I hope I made a big chunk of your day, or at least a little bit better. If you're on YouTube, like, subscribe, leave a comment once the stream is over so you can be first and people will know you're important. That's how it works, right? Otherwise, I'll see you next time. Good luck, have fun. Thank you for watching. Stay chill.